Hi. Good morning, MHF. How are you today? You're a bit further into your Friday than I am, but it's Friday. Most important day of the week. Thank dog it's Friday. Yeah, today is gonna be a nice chill day. We actually have a full day ahead of us. And as always, my left hand is just, I don't know where it is. I don't even know what's reflecting anymore at this point. I think it's my start bar. Hi. But my task bar is reflecting on the keyboard. I swear eventually. Yeah, I this whole week I was part of this I really don't want to work crew. It was a really annoying week. I don't know. Just at work, they, instead of now giving us a task every 10 minutes, we now get a task every 6 minutes because someone figured out that there were 4 minutes that they could save. So now we essentially work twice as fast without any compensation. And it feels like I'm permanently being rushed for 40 hours a week. So I need a chill Friday. Hey, Ketna. Hi. So I'll tell you what we're going to do today. Actually, I'll tell you in reverse. Because in about 5 hours, Eternal starts his stream. And I'm going to play Vintage Story with Eternal today. Speaking of, if you are interested in Vintage Story, or if you have no idea what Vintage Story is, Vintage Story looks like a Minecraft mod, but is a standalone survival game that is actually surprisingly deep and fun. And Fluff and Stuff now has a Vintage Story server. So if you're interested in playing Vintage Story with us, which we'll actually be doing in about 5 hours on Eternal's stream, then just let me know, send me a message, and I will be happy to invite you to our Vintage server. But yeah, that is what we're gonna do later today. So I needed something to warm up for that because I was semi-tempted to just start with Vintage Story and just play it for the next 10 hours, but that is a bit long. Good morning, Seth. Oh, thank you for the head pitch. Oh, we're getting there. How close are we now? Check. 91%. Okay, I suppose. As it looks, Monday might be Beat Saber Day. Yep. Is there even any left now? Yeah, there still is. Not much, but yeah, sounds like Monday will be Beat Saber Day. I don't think that will happen today because it takes me a minute to get everything up. But definitely aiming at Monday. And just as a reminder, I am gonna take a week break. So next week, Friday, and then the Monday and Wednesday thereafter, I'm gonna be off. But I will be back with an extra stream on the Friday after. We're gonna do something special. Probably also Beat Saber, and then some VR, and we'll see. We're open. I'm in such a lazy and chill mood. It's not even it's not even normal anymore. I could just sit here and close my eyes and listen to the music for the next hour. But I have plans today because I am playing yet another game that has less followers on Twitch than I do, and I always feel bad when that happens because it's such a beautiful game from the brief glimpses I've had. Boo Boy actually played that game a few weeks back, and I was very busy that day, so I barely saw anything, but I saw how entertaining and how sweet it is. So today we're playing Tinder Creature Comforts. Essentially a furry Tinder simulation. Let's just call it what it is. And I think that sounds just like fun. It actually has the impressive amount of 14 followers on Twitch. 14. So, yeah, it's weird seeing a game that has such a low followership. You know what, let's turn the music down a little, because if I remember right, it doesn't even have music. So, let's take a look. And yes, this is how it starts. We gotta set our own tender profile. Yeah, it does have a little bit of sound, but that's about as much as we'll get out of it. So yeah, I'm gonna go with Moxie, of course. Birthday. Birthday is actually very easy for Moxie because... Oh shit, yeah, I can't do last year. That would be a bit weird. Because March 1st was my affiliate invite, so I'm just going to use that as my birthday. Now I got to do math. Yeah, let's. I mean, I'm not gonna use my own date. So you know what? Let's just make Moxie a cute 26-year-old. There, that works. Good morning, Dalton. And I heard that maybe after Eternal is done streaming today, Dalton might continue. How's that? I mean, it's appealing, isn't it? Also, I just noticed I still have my avatar on this side. It feels weird. I'm gonna go back over here. I feel more cozy on this side. Well, aren't you gonna play Vintage Story today as well? Okay, I'm a spaceman. But which spaceman? I don't want to be the one with fish. I think this one is pretty cool. The one that doesn't know that he can turn the phone around the other way. Yeah, let's go with that one. Create your profile. I care a lot about my work. I could also care a lot about you. No, I don't think so. I get a lot of bruises I can't account for. What? Oh, no noodle stream. No. Sweatpants over any other pants? No. When you come to a fork in the road, take it. Yeah. Done with short stints looking for meaningful investment only. I don't care where you're going, but you better be going somewhere. Yeah. No Geminis. I'll beat you at Monopoly. My sign is danger. Falling rocks ahead. Not here to match. Please swipe left. What do you mean you went to bed late and got up early? How about you get some sleep instead, mister? You should get a healthy amount of sleep. I know it's easier said than done in your household, but just try. Nah, I suppose I'll beat you at Monopoly. Okay, swipe right to like someone, swipe left to reject. When creatures like you back, they will appear on the matches screen. You have one waiting for you right now. Wait, shit. What do I swipe to accept, right or left? Okay, right. Hey, I'm sorry. I've never been on Tinder, okay? Well, look at Courtney, 28. Wait, did that go the wrong direction? I don't know how these things work. Yeah, I want buttons to swipe. Shut up. You know what? I already have a chat from Annie. Oh, I always... I'm sorry. These are horrible people. Please capitalize your sentences. I normally do not abbreviate words like you and your. Yes. Please don't. Please don't me. No, I'm always using apostrophes correctly whenever I think they are correct. And I use commas. Wow, you can really modify. No, my favorite is definitely lol. And I say this way more than I should. Ha 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 cha cha. Okay, you know what? Let's add these two there.
Come, Dalton.
This probably tells a lot more about me than anything I've ever played. There. Who even says oomph? What is JFC? Oh, Dalton. Oh. See, I don't need abbreviations. I don't do abbreviations. Just spell it out. Now, thank you and thanks is fine. Hi, nice to meet you, Annie. Oh, she's typing. She's typing. Hey, I can't help it, okay? I'm as old as I am. I'd be younger if I could choose. Like, young and cute like Dalton. Not old and angry like Moxie. Also, I had a conversation with Eternal about how my eyes seem to always blink when I move my head. And yes, they do. Can't fix it. I see. You have your profile ready. Let's complete the rest of your visa application. Can you tell me what brought you to Comfortix? I suppose that's the planet, huh? Okay, I can't come here as a non-breakup, so yeah, let's break up mutually. Good morning, Baked CT. Thank you for the headpats. How are you today? No reason to lie here, Moxie. It's never mutual. Someone always leaves. What is your ex-partner's name? I wasn't ready for this. I wasn't ready for this. Now I don't wanna put any good beans in here. I'm not gonna. Oh yeah. You had birthday this weekend, didn't you? How was it? I mean, I suppose the fact that you actually need to recover from it tells me a lot. I hope you have a good recovery time. No, I don't know. This is a very a human hyperdog or a dog? Canis lupus or Canis homo canis? Well. Oh, adorable. Rain. I suppose that works. There. Thank you for sharing. Let's take a moment and say goodbye to Rain. Bye, Rain. Great, now you need to get back out there. What are you looking for? No, I think I'm looking for love. Let's look for love, shall we? The Tinder dating community is perfect for you then. Your visa has been approved and you are cleared for dating. What is my visa? Why do I need a visa for dating? On your stay at Comfortix, you have been approved for 10 dates. That means that after 10 dates you will be allowed to finish your conversations, but no more swiping or dates. Hopefully you found what you wanted by then. Happy hunting, stay chill, and let me know if you have any more questions. Watch that. No. Okay, go get swiping. I'm loyal to a fault. That's why I always get hurt. Nah, it's a bit simple. Abby is a cute monkey. Look at that. Love good books, wordy books, and tired books. Yeah, we're gonna swipe right here. Jackie looks like a cool bean too. Yeah. Bertram. Oh my god, is that a cutie? Look at that horned cutie. Recent communication scratch has got my first advertising gig. Yeah, I'm gonna swipe all of them. Yeah, we date all the monsters, exactly. Jeffrey, 28. I have trouble opening up. Ha 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 ha, good pun. I mean, that looks like it would involve some kinky times. I got 8 eyes, but I'm only looking for the one. Are you hugging a cardboard pop-up thingy? What? That would be an interesting relationship with a muscle. Okay, I want to know more about why you hug this cardboard. Oh my god, look at that. There's a snoodle. Plant-based Libra. I have a cat. His name is Chairman Meow. I want to learn all of them here. But we gotta say hi to Bertram. Let's start with a hi there. There, let's be a bit quirky. Upside down smiley. Best smileys. Oh, he's typing. Hey, what's up? Hey, Asune. Good morning, Bean. You know, I missed your stream again yesterday. I saw the pop-up, I went there and you were gone. I always hate when that happens. I was so busy yesterday that I missed all the good beans and I hate it. How was your stream? I recently arrived here, so I'm still getting the lay of the land. Oh, that's why. Because yeah, it was only like an hour or hour 40 or something. I remember looking at it and it wasn't 2 hours yet. Glad you made it. We're a pretty chill planet. Gone on any dates yet? Nope. Nada.
Come, Dalton.
I'd be open to showing you around, but don't think this is serious. I'm mostly bored. really need friends too? There. I should be free sometime this week and we can see where it goes from there. I may be a little shy. Let's just be honest. I may be a little shy. Oh wait, we can already go on a date, huh? Oh, and someone else. And Abby. Should we already go on a date? Nah, let's talk to Abby first. That's my name. Yeah, I know. I wasn't aware dating monsters is that easy. I need more monsters to date. Hey, Abby. How are you doing today? I'm doing all right. How about I ask how you're doing? Good. What did you study in college? What kind of question is? What did I study in college? I'm an astronaut. Yeah, I studied science. Science is good. Yeah, engineering. Let's go with engineering. Do you like making objects? You know, I did play a lot of City Skylines. I'm a civil engineer. I did civil engineering, so I like making enormous objects. Ah. No, it's just if I move my head back and forth and I don't actually focus on having my eyes all the way open, then it considers... Like, this is what happens if I stop moving. It has trouble recognizing if the eyes are open in motion. And that song is so good that I'm just head bobbing the whole time. So yeah, I think you'll see a lot of closed eyes today. Thank you for roads. You like books? Yeah, I was a lit major in college. Major. Now I can't find a full-time job though. Oh yeah, I wouldn't mind just curling up somewhere and sleeping, but that's just my default state. I work as a freelancer these days, editing, resume work, any sort of small writing gigs I can get. You'll have to help me with my resume. Sure, do you have pets? This is at the heart of whether our relationship will ever work. Yes, the most important question. And then I don't answer it. Of course I have a pet. A super cute rat. Oh my god, I can have a super cute rat. Or do I have a cute dog? I don't want a pig. We had a miniature pig. They don't stay miniature. My grandpa loved it. Cute doggy or super cute rat? Nah, let's go with a super cute rat. Yes, I'm very jealous. I have 2 dogs, one named Bismarck and the other named Rudolph. I hope Rudolph has a red booper. Anyone that says booper is a good person. Up, and then he stopped responding. I didn't say anything bad to Abby. But here, Aaliyah also responded back. A cat named Chairman Meow. You better get along. What? And that sounds like a nearly racist question. Don't ask a plant-based being what plants they are made out of. I mean, that's kind of rude, isn't it? In the first question. Do I really love Chairman Meow, though? That's like so 1990s. You know what? Let's just ask her what kind of plants she's made out of. I'm kind of curious. No, that's so rude. Fuck it. Let's go with I love your cat's name. I'm not a plant racist, okay? Okay, you know what? Let's go on a date with Bertram before we swipe more. I meet Bertram downtown in an area they said has a lot of good spots. Bertram comes up to me. Hold on. We have background sounds, so let's pause the music. I move to give them a hug. No, we're not on those terms. I reach out my hand. Bertram urges me away. I don't do physical contact for your own protection. Well, I give a thumbs up. They gesture broadly. Welcome to Comfortix. If your dating goes well, you won't be here long. I'm down to stick around. You do you. I want romantic fulfillment. Shall we start with food or sightseeing? Why not do some sightseeing first? There's a must-see fountain nearby. I follow Bertram. The weather is warm and breezy. A crowd of people moves towards us. No, I'm not going to do physical contact. I separate them to let them pass between us. Bertram tries to follow me and gets bumped. Sorry. They shrug. Are you a big walker? Yeah, I walk everywhere. It's my only exercise. We arrive at a tall fountain. I stick my hand in the spray. This is a wishing fountain. Bertram gives me a coin. I put the coin in my pocket, yeah. No, I tossed the coin. Oh, that's a tough question. Nah, we're here to date. I wish for more tender matches. Bertram throws in a coin. My wish is to know whether this date will go anywhere. I laugh loudly. Next, Bertram starts walking. I walk along beside them. Over here we have a statue of Dave, who built Tender. Is Dave still around? Nope, Dave found a date and left. Lucky. How is life going here so far? I'm excited to meet people. One down. Is there something specific you miss about Earth? The abundance of oxygen was really nice on Earth. I haven't made you feel homesick, have I? No, not at all. Good. Let's keep moving. I follow them. That's why I went to school, Bertram points across the street. It was a small school, a few thousand of us. They have schools here? There's a whole functioning society to support tender daters. It's really a tender planet, I see. I'll take you to this lovely park. It'll have trees, which you probably like. Yeah, I do like trees. We start walking towards the park. It's generally pretty nice out. I go on a lot of park dates. Yeah, I love park dates too. I absolutely love lying in the sun. No, I'm more the relaxing in the shade kind of person. We arrive at the park. This is called Green Walk Park. It's absolutely gorgeous. Bertram lies down. No, I find shade a little to the side. They adjust a little to make space. What do you think that cloud looks like? They point in the distance. Definitely cheeses. No, jellyfish. Jellyfish clouds. I was going to say it looks like a condensation of water in the atmosphere. We continue lying down. I turn over. A few people are playing frisbee. Bertram stands up. I enjoyed meeting you, Moxie. Me too, I appreciate this. I have to head out, but I wish you the best of luck in your future dates. I don't want to offer a goodbye hug if they say it's an issue. No, I'm gonna ask about a goodbye hug. Nope, shakes the head and mumbles. Going to eat self-control. What? Bertram walks off and I depart. It feels like that was a sad date. Oh, but we do... Oh, I can reply. Yeah, thanks so much for showing me around. Kitty smiley. That's a long sentence. Moxie, it was wonderful meeting you. I don't have time right now to guide someone who's never been here before. I'm guarding my emotional energy closely. Take care and best of luck getting what you need. Okay. Thank you. He loves chewing on furniture. I mean, seems they are our masters. Cats are indeed our masters. If you weren't aware of that, then you've never had a cat. Soon you will let him into your heart like I have. Tell me your sign. I said March. I have no idea. I suppose let's go with horns. Perfect. That will pair nicely with me being a completely indecisive Libra. Do you like being in charge? Nah, yeah, mostly, yeah. I'm not sure that's something you should say during a date, but at this point, why not? You have some compatibility if you want to go on a date. Mercury is in retrograde right now, I can't. Oh, no, thank you. Yeah, I'd love to go on a date. And we don't have it. Oh no, here. Yeah, we got a... Nice job, Moxie. First date down. Remember, your visa here only allows 10 days. Find what you're looking for. After 10 you have to leave and reapply for a return visit. What do you mean leave? Your account will be deleted. Yeah, explain the visa. On your visit to Comfortix, you have been approved for 10 dates. That means after 10 dates, you will be allowed to finish your conversations. Yeah, we already talked about that. I think that's all pretty clear, because I'm pretty sure I don't have a limited amount of swipes per day, do I? You have unlimited left swipes, but only 10 right swipes before you have to wait a while. Be careful swiping left too much, you may miss out on your true love. Okay. Well, Abby wants to talk. Hey, I just re-downloaded the app because it was glitching. Welcome back. Do you have any siblings? Yeah. Wish I didn't. I got into a fight with my sister last night and my family in general. My sister has an eating disorder. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Don't be. Everyone is so careful around her. They cuddle her, and I swear it makes her worse. I mean, that could be true. Didn't mean to rant. I can cuddle with Bismarck and Rudolph to forget the world. This sounds weird, but I want to cuddle with Bismarck and Rudolph. Yeah, can I join? I'd love for you to meet them. Yeah, that can be arranged. I'm gonna date them doggos. Oh yeah, Checky liked us back. Should we swipe first? Or should we go on the date? Let's go swiping first. Just got back from a mission trip to Earth. Those don't look like Earth children. You will always be in my heart, kiddos. Nah, I don't need a Jeremy. Quinn, now always check out dead things on the street. Yes, you're a good bean. I have no idea what you are, but you're a good bean. Yeah, that's a cutie. Lonely kawaii neko searching for full human to love and adore. You are not a neko. You have scales and stuff. You're not a neko, but I do want to meet you. You're just a Pokemon. No, I hate... No sushi. No sushi. I like to wear overpriced black clothes. My current hair status is long. Camilla. Yeah, you sound like a chill bean. You have an axolotl poster. Seth, 32. Don't like boring small talk. Stop asking how are you or whether blah blah. Don't put that in your profile. You come off as a douche. Paul, 22, recently moved here. I'm a law student, so here's a joke. What did the lawyer call his daughter? Sue. Okay, for this joke, you get a right swipe. There. Torah-loving feminist seeks life partner for long shabots and Netflix hangouts. Nah. I don't need religion in my life. I'm a religion-free astronaut. Randy looks chill. But the question is, who is Randy? Is Randy the tail or is Randy the face? Hobbies include dancing, live music, and eating as many tacos as I can. Yep. Oh wow, ghost of a total stranger. That is adorable. You actually have a human body pillow. Okay, for that alone. There. Penny, be my friend, lol. No. Punk Barbie art school kid. And chaotic evil. How do you drive this car, Nick? I don't know, but I want to know more. Relaxed couple looking for our unicorn. No, I don't think I want a couple. Oh, is that the four-letter? Shit. What was does it stand for extrovert? Extraversion, intuition, thinking, and judging. Yeah, I remember doing that test one day. Oh, no, thank you. I think everyone is bisexual here. This is a bisexual world. I echo late in my sleep, so you're gonna want a pair of earplugs. Oh, this sounds very uncomfortable. No. Oh, Teddy. Oh my god, Teddy is adorable. Let's say hi to Teddy. See, you don't need a relationship with two other people if you can just have a relationship with someone that has two heads. Swipe left if you support Segorb. Swipe right if you want to hang. No, I don't know who Segorb is. Oh my god, puppy. So you have a dog in your photo. I like it. Yeah, but I don't like the frog. Like, I would totally take that dog. That dog is adorable, but I'm not sure I want to date him. But I wanna meet the dog. Such a cute doggo. No, I don't want the frog. A single-celled organism living in a multi-celled world. Okay, I want to talk to you. And what the heck are you, Denise? I'm basically the best friend in your favorite romantic comedy. Let's talk to people first. Okay, people is only guy. Your eyes sparkle like earth from afar. That's where I'm from. Wow, very beautiful. Earthlings are awesome. I love them. Thanks, cutie. There, let's give him a kawaii Neko smiley. Earthlings are my only type. You're really focused on this. Well, people who like me are my type. If you're really from Earth, these questions should be easy. What? Pretty sure it's like 195. Let's see. What is this, a quiz show now? Which of these C's is fake? Okay, I'm gonna play your game just because, and I have no idea. I do not know the Banda C. Finally, what is the coldest place on Earth? Antarctica. What did I win? A real Earthling, incredible. Do the Earthling thing for me, please. What is the Earthling thing?
Breaking news. A wild Kara _the_ cyberfox was just spotted in the lobby of Moxie's Motel. A 2-1 critter.
Yes, kid. Ow. Oh, thank you, Kara. Oh.
Tarzania just checked in.
Thank you so much, Kara, for the resub. You're such a good bean. How are you today, by the way? And thank you for Sania for the follow. Welcome to the motel. Make yourself comfortable. Well, I'm dead. I'm very... What the heck is happening? I'm just dancing. It's a good music. This is what I look like when I dance. Whoop whoop. It's Friday. You know how I am on Fridays. I'm fantastic. I'm looking forward to having a great weekend of fun. And good music. Every Earthling knows it. Hurry up, I'm waiting. Okay, here we go. The Macarena. Of course it's the Macarena. What else is the Earthling thing? It's like getting so close to your fantasy and then having it explode in your face. I will never love again. Well, I suppose it's over now. What was the Earthling thing? Are you not gonna tell me? Did I lose Guy? I will never love again. Okay. Bye, Guy. Hi, Chucky. We're having a Class A conversation here. We not know words. Say lots, not type. Okay, I love Chucky. Chucky is a bean. Derp, I'm Chucky. Nice to meet you, Chucky. Do you generally copy whatever the other person says? Only the cute ones. What are you on here for? I like talking to people. Oh, that's as good a reason as any. I mean, it's probably a better reason than some. What should we talk about? How was your day? I spend way too much time on Instagram. What's your handle? I want to see your pictures. Oh, it's a secret. Secrets are no fun. Secrets hurt someone. No, this is horrible. I won't stalk you, I promise. Sorry, maybe later though. I'm in a band and I use it to do self-promotion. Oh. What do you play? I'm a singer and I play some guitar. My Instagram page is so boring. I post about the band and then sometimes a few sketches I make. That's it. Multimedia artist. How intimidating. Nah. Yeah, I'm not very active on social media either. That's just the absolute truth. I never have been and I never will be. I want to do it less. What got you into music? You have to promise not to laugh if I tell you the story. Okay, I promise. I promise I will not laugh. Yeah, serious face. I have a very serious face now. I originally wanted to be an opera singer. It's a long message. When I graduated high school, I applied to some conservatories. Conservatories? But I felt like I would never be good enough and basically gave up on the idea because you really have to be the best to be able to do what you want. Why conservatory? What do I don't get the connection of conservatory and opera. Is there what? What the stage? No. Okay, hold on. I gotta look this up. Okay, so I suppose the conservatory is a music school. I was not aware of that. See, I learned something new. Oh. Yeah, I mean, I know the conservatory in case of, you know, we call it a star waiting for in German, essentially. The building in which you wait for stars. Oh, Snoodle. How about you go take a nap? If possible, if... You know. I just bought a bear pepper spray. Just put it next to your bed and anyone that gets close just... Whoop. Oh, but you're so talented. You never heard me sing, so... I don't believe in if you could go back questions. Is there something you'd go back and change? Yes, I realized I contradicted myself immediately. I ended up being my own father somehow. Yeah, I watched Futurama too. This, yes. Yep, the server is just waiting for you. And yes, just to mention that again, if you are playing Vintage Story and if you want to play with us, let me know. No, I have to work, sadly. Band stuff? I wish. I'm a hostess. It's flexible and consistent even if people suck. I've been working at the same place for about 3 years. Yeah, gotta do what you gotta do. Okay, I'll message you later. Yeah, Camilla. I like to wear overpriced black clothes. Who was Camilla? Where do we see Camilla? There. So I suppose Camilla is the Chihuahua and not the sheep. Not sure, actually. Yeah, I suppose because the photo is focused on that. Going to Whole Foods. Want me to pick up anything? No, don't get vegan donuts. I've never had vegan donuts that taste good. Just stick to your vegetarian donuts, okay? Okay, screw it. I want a vegan donut now. Even a vegan donut is a donut. Oh, I'm a bit cold. I'm gonna snuggle more into my blanket. Okay, do we really want to go on a date with Aaliyah? Yeah, I mean, she does have a really cute cat. And she loves snoodles. Let's go on a date with Aaliyah, shall we? Let's begin our date. I meet Aaliyah in the afternoon at the Green Walk Park. She's sitting in the grass with another creature. Hey, Aaliyah. Moxie, come take a seat. I take a seat in the grass. This is my friend Nash, Moxie. Meet Nash. Nice to meet you, Nash. My plans failed, that's why I'm crashing your date. I will make me look good, please. Nash winks. Nash and I met freshman year of college. She's my bestie. That's super sweet, you two. Nash jostles Aaliyah. How's your day been so far? We've been sitting in the park doing tarot. I wish I had brought a hat. So not only are you into star signs, you also like tarot. Yeah, you're gonna get a sunburn, Aaliyah. That's why I brought my spacesuit. I'm a park baby. I don't know anything at all. And what a good park baby you are. Huh. How many dates have you crashed, Nash? You're my first. Moxie, can I read your tarot? Okay. Aaliyah pulls out a deck of cards and places it in front of me. Start by shuffling the deck. Become physically acquainted with the cards. Okay, I begin shuffling the deck. Good, now start to think of something you're wondering about. I think about forgetting to eat lunch, no. I think about falling in love. We're here to fall in love. Aaliyah takes the cards back and places them down on the grass. I breathe out slowly. She gently turns over 3 cards, one at a time. The Ace of Swords, the Hierophant reversed, and the Tower. I already feel nervous. The Ace of Swords usually refers to some sort of decisiveness or clarity. The Hierophant reversed means you're feeling constricted by the conventional order. This is more exciting than I thought. The Tower refers to danger, crisis, maybe a breakthrough or revelation. Spoopy. I'm afraid to ask what that means. Here's what I see. You're going to realize you want to change up the path you're on and make a larger decision in another direction. How will I know which decision this is? Keep your eye out. We love doing readings for each other. Well, thank you for including me. Thanks for being cool with it. We all enjoy the soft breeze for a little while. I mean, I know nothing about Nash. I feel rude just hitting on her now. What do you do, Aaliyah? I work in food justice. I lead classes on sustainability, farming, food access, that sort of thing. How did you get involved in that? Yes, exactly. Exactly, Ketna. I started a composting club freshman year of college and went from there. Colder breeze starts to blow. I shiver a little. No, our wonderful park temperature. It's okay, I have to get going anyway. Glad you joined us. Nash heads off after hugging Aaliyah. Thank you for coming out here, Moxie. Yeah, it was great meeting you, Nash. Nash is great. Nice hanging out. I would be very down to hang out again as friends. Yeah, friends it is. I'm fine with friends. It's always nice having more people who make me go outside. Let's get out here again then. Bye, have a wonderful day. Aaliyah rolls away on the grass. Well, that was an okay date. But why did she roll away? What are you? Are you a... No, you shouldn't be rolling. Voidborn? Voidborn. Let's take a look. Fast-paced roguelite FPS. It combines skill-based action and swift movement with roguelite level progression and character customization. Let's grab the demo, shall we? Definitely curious about that one. Because I do feel extremely guilty about the fact that BPM, I could not, I hate the fact that BPM is listed here. I love the game. I don't like the game. You know what I mean? It's like, I love the game as it is. But it's just, it's less fun than I wish it would be. I feel like Metal Hellsinger was definitely the better one of this, even though BPM played better. Maybe I just have to give it another try. I mean, I only played it for about an hour. But yeah, Voidborn, gotta take a look. I hope we can hang out as friends soon. Let's see, do we have anyone left? Yeah, Nia. Taking the long road in college. Hi there. Okay, that means that's it. Well, you know what? I think we can probably clean up since Bertram doesn't want us. I feel bad. So yeah, let's clean up. Yeah, I can unmatch him. He was weird anyway. Okay, more swiping. Yeah, I don't like Denise, I'm sorry. Oh my god, look at that cutie. Looking to try new food, go to shows, drink herbal tea and dismantle the systems of colonialism while watching nature dogs. Not my baby. Yeah, I'm gonna talk to Bull. Villa. Hello? Oh, I gotta close this. There we go. Marcos, hyper-curious writer and musician. Shout out to Venus. I have no idea what that means. There. Living life to the fullest. Peace and love to you all. What even are you? This place is weird. Yeah, Ultra Kill. I never even got to the first boss. That wasn't my thing either. Nah. Cody is cute. Introverted, extrovert, sapiosexual. Yeah, let's say hi. Fabio, I want to believe now. Kind-hearted ice skater, looking for someone who wants to hold on to me while they fall over constantly. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. No, I have so many. Let's not. No, Clarence is... No, I don't need a full-time entrepreneur, thank you. Nope, you don't need to ruin my life. Wait, you ruined your own life? Go ruin someone else's. Nope. Eats too much cheese. Yes, I know that feeling, Kenshi. That is such a cute fishnet. Can you imagine how uncomfortable it has to be wearing a fishnet on top of fur? Just imagine every time you move and your fur just pokes through all these holes and you just look like a little cactus. Good morning, Cuffs. I still don't know who Millie is. I promise I'll watch the show at some point. Let's see, we have responses. Jackie is on lunch break. How's the shift going? Let's work. Tell me something exciting. Let's see if this leads where I hope it does. I've been talking to someone really amazing. Whew. I'll tell you when she gets off work. I can't wait. Friday tips are terrible today. Nobody knows your worth. Nobody does. Back to work. Thanks for checking in. Hey, how are you? No, who was Nia? Oh yeah, Nia was the hippogriff. Look at that cutie. Hey, how are you? Really good. Yourself? When does your Friday start? How much longer do you have to endure life until you can have weekend? Yeah, it's not too bad. You'll get there. Fine, I guess. So, what up? Not much. Same with me. I do like that the time here is actually my actual time. I don't know why, but that actually entertains me. Same with me. Hey. I'm bored. Me too. Stray? Strays. I have not heard of this. Here, what do we have? Abandoned on the mean city streets by his low-life owner, Duck, a native but lovable dog named Reggie, falls in love with a fast-talking, foul-mouthed Boston Terrier and his gang. An R-rated animal movie with Jamie Foxx, Will Ferrell. I have not even heard of this, I have to admit. But I saw something about R-rated. Did I see that correctly? Or did I just skim through? I can't imagine R-rated. How? How do you make an animated animal movie R-rated? Like, do you just curse around every corner? Yeah, I have to admit, I am really efficient with not watching Twitch ads. Most of the people I watch, I have a subscription for, and if ads run, I am just so good at completely not noticing ads. I'm just so I'm really good at completely blanking out on anything advertised to me. Yeah, definitely a movie to look into, just probably not in the movie theaters. But yeah, I know people often tell me about things that they see in the Twitch ads, and I'm like, oh yeah, I remember there was something about apartments, wasn't there? It's like I'm sure I've seen it. But I'm trying to think of the last Twitch ad I actually saw and what it depicted. I know it had lots of colors and moving pictures, and I can't actually tell you what it was for. That's how much I block it out. Huh, what should we do then? You know, it's always funny seeing that how easy it would be to just get Twitch Nitro and not have any ads whatsoever. And yet I know so few people who do that. I mean, I don't mind, because let's face it, you don't need to give Twitch more money than we already give them. But still, I am fine paying $15 for YouTube Premium. Because I feel okay supporting that instead of just, you know, pop-up blocking ads. But I don't feel okay paying $5 for Twitch. What does that tell me? Yeah, I definitely have to look at that trailer later. Since it's R-rated, maybe not for the stream. But I definitely have to. Thank you for the link. Yeah, I feel so behind in movies right now. It's like ever since COVID happened and the idea of actually going to a movie theater just became so unappealing, I feel like I stopped caring about what movies came out. And it's not like I was a movie theater person to start with. Like 90% of the movies, I'm always happy just waiting until they come out. Yes. Yes, kinda, yeah, exactly. You know, it takes like 5 days until you can watch it in VR chat. And then it takes like 50 more days before you can have a full HD version of it. Why do I need to sit in a movie theater with people that talk and pull out their phones and cough and come in late and then still pay a shit ton for it? Yep. Because I suppose it was Everything Everywhere All at Once. In my opinion, still probably one of the best movies ever made. If you have not seen Everything Everywhere All at Once at this point, I don't even know. Like, hands up, has anyone not seen that movie? Fair question. Because if you haven't, you have to. Period. The Daniels. What else did they even do? Oh yeah, Swiss Army Man is big on my list. It's on the NAS, it's waiting. The Daniels. Daniel Kwan. And Daniel Scheinert. I knew of Daniel Kwan, I never knew of Scheinert. My best friend's wedding, my best friend's sweating. What kind of name even is that? The death of Dick Long. Skeleton Crew? Live action American television series. What is Skeleton Crew? Jude Law? That does sound interesting. Oh yeah, it's probably gonna suck, isn't it? But yeah, maybe I should watch Swiss Army Man today. I heard it's a really, really good movie, and I haven't gotten around yet. Oh. Like how does this even happen? That is that sounds horrible. And it's, as someone who actually flew a small private aircraft once, even if only for a few minutes, I did have a few flying lessons long ago. And I learned a lot about emergency landings in small aircrafts. It is surprisingly easy to bring a small aircraft down because they just are so aerodynamic. You could literally lose all engines and you will still land the thing safely. But the question is always where, and it sounds like they tried landing on a street. And landing on an active road without having someone block off the road is... oof. Oh, wow. Yeah, flying for a Red Bull Air Show, that is always impressive because, you know, that's where you need skill. I'd love to know more. But yeah, I had a few flying lessons. Honesty, when I was 14. When I was 13 and 14, I actually... a good friend of the family was a flight educator, and we got along well, and he just taught me. You know, I just flew a few times. I'd never landed, I never took off, but I did handle a flight, and I love it. And if I would have the finances to do it regularly, I probably would. But you know what? Flying in your spare time is fucking expensive. And Cuffs, I'll tell you something. Because I was actually in Rammstein during a very specific year. So yeah, I've seen accidents, and that was a bad one. Oh, that's a great aspiration. I mean, at least it's a good airline, you know. But you could have said, "Oh, I kind of want to fly for Spirit." We're currently watching Uploaded. Yeah, of course, Reno, Nevada. I suppose you're talking about the city. But yeah, we're currently watching Uploaded, and Uploaded has all these consolidated companies. It's like, what was it, Spirit United Southeastern or something like that? The Galloping Ghost, no? Can't say I've heard of that. Might have to look that up. Poor Nia is waiting for an answer. Anything new going on? No, not really. the one thing I still wait for is having a good domestic, like civilian flight simulation in VR. You know, I don't need the open world of the Microsoft Flight Simulator. I just need a fun sim. I want a sim where you actually are an airline pilot, where you know, handle those things. But every time you get that, it's literally just a flight simulator with no goals. And I hate that. Dogs on Shrooms. Oh wait, it isn't even an animated movie? Okay, I'm not gonna turn the audio on just because, but I at least need to see what it looks like. See, oh my god, they made a movie with talking animals in the year 2023. A mouth animated movie in the year 2023. This feels so out of a different era. I mean, just look at those mouth animations in oh, they are fully CG, I see. That just looks uncanny. I mean, they are fully CG, aren't? Yeah, that does not look. Yeah, I feel... Okay. Okay, maybe I do need to look up that movie. Because the fact that, yeah, I know, I didn't want to hear, I didn't want to turn the sound on because I didn't want to, just in case. It is an R-rated movie. That's not TOS here. But yeah, it does look interesting, I gotta admit. For a live action animal movie. But yeah, exactly as Sune. Where is my flight sim? Where I get to transport people? Like, here, hold on. Let me actually open Steam because one game I'm thinking of in this case is Flight of Nova. Flight of Nova, if you haven't heard of it, is a spaceship simulator with Newtonian mechanics. It's really tough. It involves a lot of well, I gotta turn the sound down or I can concentrate. A lot of understanding aerodynamics in space, so to speak, of, you know, how do you get out of an orbit? How do you do a landing? And this has some really interesting missions in regard to transportation. Because you need to transport people up to space stations and down to space stations and from one orbital station to another, or you need to land on astronauts. Land on asteroids, re-entry and everything. And that game is so much fun. Just that I absolutely suck at it. It's like, yeah, sure, I can go down. Going down is easy. But going back up and actually getting your timetable right so you can actually meet the space station and all. Breathtaking game. Utterly difficult game. I feel like I have to play that on stream at some point because it's one of those games where I will just embarrass myself and burn and crash. But yeah, that's kind of what I want. I mean, that game you have to imagine like a first-person Kerbal space program. That's essentially what it is. But give me that as a transportation game. Like, say, Hard Space Shipbreaker. I want to be Borderlands 3 Ketna. Borderlands 3 Ketna. But yeah, I want a domestic spaceship transportation game. Imagine you could have a game in the hard space shipbreaker universe, but as a space trucker. Just have the idea of a Euro truck simulator, but in space, in that universe. Yeah, Borderlands 3, I can't. I've actually recently started playing Borderlands 1 co-op with Eternal since he finished 2 and never played 1. And we got exactly one stream out of it and then we just didn't continue. I kind of still want to. I really should, because, yeah. I know you don't. No, you don't, Ketna, because if it would exist, I would know about it. That's the problem. That's the problem about being a full-time gamer with access to like 800 Steam games. If it's out there, I know it. And that always makes me sad, because surprises are so limited. Ah. We're endlessly alone. What? I see. These are all my responses now. Do you think about dying turns into yup? Now let's go with endlessly alone. Yup. He seems sweet. Oh, thank you. What about you too? My god, what the heck, how does LOL? How does the answer of LOL turn into... Okay, so I was excited when I matched with you because you're cute and seemed super nice. I think you're still both of those things for the record, but I also wouldn't really be comfortable dating you because it feels creepy to me. It feels like we're just at different life stages, but I'm definitely interested in figuring out who you are, what makes you tick, etc. And I've been trying to figure out how to figure that out, but it's been hard because I honestly wasn't getting much back in terms of responses, which is totally okay. You don't owe me any type of response or anything, so it's an interesting challenge. That's partly because what I'm trying to do, because I honestly have a lot of these types of interactions on dating apps and I'm never sure how to get past this. Shallow, I'm doing okay stuff, so I'm using this as some safe practice for that, because I'm able to emotionally distance myself from it being a conversation with someone I'm actually hoping to do romantic things with, which is probably not super fair to you. The thing is, it could also be that I'm just coming up with a different life stages justification to make myself feel safer about continuing this conversation and talking honestly about stuff like this. Ultimately, what I think I'm doing is keeping some plausible emotional distance internally for myself, while I also still being able to feel excited and cool that I'm talking to a cute bird on the dating app, while I also trying not to feel creepy about talking to someone who's still in college. Welcome to knowing me. That's basically my deal. I overthink and overanalyze things, especially when it comes to myself, and especially when it comes to my romantic life. You know, anyone that knows me knows how true this message is. I overanalyze, I overthink, and I overtype. There. I don't expect an answer from you anymore. Oh, Jackie's home. Hypothetically, if a candle were to show up at your spaceship, what would it smell like in an ideal world? Star Trucker. I haven't heard of it, but now I'm really curious. Oh, it's not out yet. I don't care about games that aren't out yet. But that does sound... That does sound true. Oh, I love that design. That retro futurism. Is that what it is? Oh, this looks like fun. Yes. Coming 2024. Yeah, okay. Okay, yes, thank you, Ketna. Sometimes I feel like I should just go through the wish lists of all my friends, because all those games are already on someone's wish list. Also just noticed that I play way too much Oxygen Not Included. 335 hours, and I play most of it offline anyway, so it doesn't even count. But yeah, this I'm gonna put up here because I gotta remember that for later. The Creator movie? I'm behind these things right now, way behind. As a future war between the human race and artificial intelligence rages on, ex-Special Forces agent Joshua is recruited to hunt down and kill the Creator, the elusive architect of advanced AI. That sounds interesting. You want to know a fun fact, Asune? The fact that I estimated it like 600 hours of Oxygen Not Included. In most cases, I need about 200 cycles to get my water recycling done, and then I run out of ideas of what to do. That is how I play Oxygen Not Included. I could launch it right now and show you my recent save game, and what you'll see is a really good system for recycling water using... Yeah, exactly. What I do is I store the water in a 3-step process, filter it, and store it in liquid tanks inside a chlorine-filled room to get all the food poisoning out and such. And I built these... You know what? Screw it. I'm gonna show you. How about that? There's no harm in just taking a 2-minute break to show you how horrible my... Come on, just close again, please. There we go. Yeah, it's a Friday stream. We're here to chill and just have fun. But yeah, I'll show you my problem with Oxygen Not Included. And then we'll go back to dating cute aliens. I swear, we're gonna actually play the game that I came here to play. See, and this is why I can't play Oxygen Not Included on stream. Because this is how I build. This is how far I am, 103 cycles in. I have a lot of empty, cleaned up space. I have storage out your wazoo. I have only the basics. I have nice homes, at least. You know, I literally only have the basics. And then I built this. This is what I spent my time on. So, just to give you an idea on how this works. Water is dropped in here and deposited. Or anything that comes in automatic is brought up here, is briefly stored in these 6, then filtered. I can stop the flow here to make sure that it has time to disinfect. Then it goes into this collection here, the middle one. The middle one is essentially just there to disinfect. Then it goes into the left one where the clean is stored, where it then goes back out, for example, in here so it can be extracted. And the whole thing is filled with only chlorine. Because what I always do is I install a gas pump. I first create an absolute vacuum in here. And then I find myself a chlorine gas vent and just pump chlorine in there. And poof, I have perfectly disinfected water. See, this is how far I get in 103 cycles. And I could show you the other 50 games I've done. And they all look exactly like this. And now I'm at the point of, so what am I doing now? Yeah, I have basic plastic, and I had it just to do this, and then I tore it down because I didn't know where I want to build it. It's like, what am I doing now? What am I doing now? So yeah, this is how I play Oxygen Not Included. You're welcome. It is. That's my point. Like, when I play Oxygen Not Included, I usually never speed it up. I just play it in real-time hours. And I also play it while I'm at work. Because often I just let it run for 2 or 3 hours in real time while they clean up floors, while they, you know, do research. You can do very little interaction and then let it run. And I have a background noise. I have something that just keeps going. And if I have 15 minutes of break at work, then I switch over and give them some commands and then I go back. And I feel like it's a great game for that. It's just a great game to run in the background and be chill. But yeah, we should get back to dating. What would my ideal scented candle be like? Pink sands. I like pink sands. I don't know what pink sands smell like, but it sounds amazing. I'm getting a candle for a special someone, but scents don't make sense to me. I would love to know what species these creatures are. Like, is that a mussel? Is that a beak? I would love to know more. Special someone? Or satisfactory. Satisfactory is exactly the same story. I've been asked to stream Satisfactory or to play with people. Yes, like Ketna. My most recent Satisfactory game is 47 hours old. And I just built my first coal power plant. But you know what I did? I put a foundation down in the desert. The whole desert now has a foundation. I can build a building that is 3 times the size of a soccer field at this point, because that's what I do. I build ridiculously horizontal. And that's why I always feel like if I would stream a game like this, it wouldn't be fun, because you would watch me for 10 streams, and after 10 streams, what I would have to show is, yeah, I have a really, really big floor. Friends of mine. Also, this from high school just followed me on Insta. Like, what's the protocol here? What? What's a Why was she Yeah, I think that's kind of what it is, Asune. It's a just chatting stream with something going on in the background. She knew I had a crush on this dude and hooked up with him anyway. You are no help. Can you come and take my phone away? Oh, I can come and do way more than that. Oh, raro. No. Tell me where. Sorry, just kidding. Tender is so weird, lol. Oh. Now Checky is weird. I like Checky. I saw the best bio earlier today. I need to get stuck in a crevice to protect me from myself. I feel this on a deep level. Are you also your own worst enemy? I am. I actually have to go, sorry. I'll hit you up soon. Have a great day. But yeah, I know, Asune, you and me have exactly the same problem, because I know how you play Subnautica. You think I'm a bird? Well, you're a hippogriff, aren't you? Wait, Oh, okay. I suppose that is over now, huh? Oh, cops. No, I don't shame anyone. We all play this game horribly, don't we? Unless you actually get somewhere. But the truth is, the reason my Oxygen Not Included setup looks that clean and professional is because I've perfected building this exact setup over at least 50 games. And then I always get to the end and I'm like, yeah, what now? So is this over? Can I not say, oh, you have a beak and wings and you're adorable, you're a burp. Abby. Hi, I'm so sorry for ghosting. I never do that. My friend has passed away and I need to take some time to myself. Oh no. I'm really sorry to hear that. I totally understand. Oh, okay, hold on. I gotta take a look at this.
Backseat, where writers can take a quiz that's all about him, and the test is super interactive with even funny animations. On this question, he wants you to return him to his actual family, trying to guess which family it is. And then this one where you have to select the items that he was in. I don't know how he even made this, and it's one of the most unique things I've ever seen in an Uber, but unfortunately, this guy is failing the test.
Everyone having a good day back there? I love driving my car.
This guy named Wallace may be the greatest Uber driver.
You see, this is... I would totally do this. And why not? It's so easy to make an easy program like this. It doesn't take much. You don't really need to be a coder. But you know what you're gonna get? You're gonna get tips. Because I've been a Lyft driver for a year. I can tell you what works and what doesn't. And what doesn't work is having small treats like bags of chips and puke bags and that shit and bottles of water. No one cares about that. But you know what works? Entertainment. Now, I had a good time as a Lyft driver, I have to admit. I had a good, reliable car during that time. One we bought really cheap, but actually a really good car. It looked like a high-quality limousine, like a real luxury car. And I remember people permanently commendated me on my car, even though we paid, I think we paid like $3.5 grand for it. I missed that car, it was so good. And I had fun. It was good. I mean, it was weird and some shit happened, but I had a guy get naked in my car. I picked him up at like 2 a.m. He was drunk as just no tomorrow. And as I look into the rear mirror, I see how he starts to take off his shirt. Completely unresponsive to all conversation. Then he starts to unbutton his pants, and I tell him to stop. And we were like 5 minutes from home, so at that point I just didn't care anymore. And then we arrive at home, by which time he's laying in his underwear on my back seat snoring. And we arrive home, and the moment I drive into the driveway, that front door opens, and just imagine a hypercharged Karen. Like, just have this image of a angry waifu storming out the door. I barely got my door to unlock before she opened the door and dragged him out, yelling and screaming. And yeah, I don't think the guy had a good time. I don't think she expected to find him naked in the back of a car. That was one of the last trips I ever took. No, it was fun. You meet a lot of interesting people doing that. And you spend a lot of time standing emptily around. Oh, no, it wasn't for me. I remember at one point I stood at the airport. They have like a little off parking spot away from, like 5 minutes away from the airport, because you're not allowed to wait at the airport. You have to wait 5 minutes away, and if an order comes in, then you're allowed to drive up to the airport, and you have to wait there and order and everything. And I remember arriving on that parking lot at like 3 a.m. to be there when the first airplanes land at 6. And I was like the 4th in line. By 6 a.m., there were like 50 cars on that parking lot. And I was like the 2nd in line at that point. And I knew that any moment. And I was sitting there, and I really, really had to go use the restroom. And you're sitting there. You're sitting 2 away from getting a customer after waiting for 3 hours. I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ, I gotta poop. Oh, I gotta poop. And I remember actually exiting that line when I was the first in line to drive half an hour to a fast food restaurant to take a shit. And that's when I decided that I'm not gonna do that job anymore. I'm not a Lyft driver. I need to do something better. Here's a very personal story, and it was a nightmare. I have full respect for those people who drive cars for hours and hours and hours every day, and use public restrooms and eat in public restaurants and everything. But I highly prefer working from home and being home, I'll be honest. But yeah, it's a great job when you meet great people. But then when you meet screaming or crying people, or I mean, we live in Denver. The first thing you meet here are tourists that smoke weed. Excessive amounts, usually edibles, actually. A colleague of mine had this wonderful event where it was a cowboy and cowgirl show that we have in Denver like once a year. And this Texan cowgirl, like skinny as nothing else, first time in Denver, takes an edible. And then nothing happens, so an hour later she takes an edible. And then nothing happens, so an hour later she takes another edible. And you know what the problem is with edibles? They take a while to kick in. So after 2 hours, as the edible started kicking in, she was gone for good. He said she was sitting in the back of the taxi babbling something about cows and horses and that she wanted to go home. I was just... That is what you see in Denver. And you see it a fair amount. I mean, it's getting better now that more states are legalizing it. But yeah, weed tourism is still a thing. And it's dirt cheap. So if you ever come to Denver and you've never had the experience, yeah. Yeah, please don't overdose on that. It's... you don't die from a marijuana overdose. That's at least the benefit. But you will feel like shit. You will feel like you have a full-on food poisoning. That's kind of what it feels like. You vomit, you have a headache, you just want to die. So yes, if you've never taken any edibles, please take one and then wait 2 hours. And after 2 hours, if nothing has happened, you can take another. But be aware that it might take up to 3 hours for it to hit. It really depends on how you digest what you ate before then. If you had a big fatty meal and then eat an edible, it can take like 3 hours before it hits. So please be careful. But yeah, that was... I feel like we're just in a just chatting stream at this point. Why am I even still playing a game? Everyone is posting on his Facebook. Oh my god, Jackie is busy. Everyone is posting on his Facebook and it's disconcerting. Like, obviously, they can just... Weird. Like, obviously, they can just weird. No, I'm just gonna... send a sad smiley. Because I feel that. I really do. Yeah, that's just weird. I appreciate your understanding. I need space right now. I will reach out to you when I feel ready. Oh, you did, Snow Dude? Where? Link? How are you today, cutie? Hope you're having a good day. Okay, I need to talk to Checky. Checky's adorable. I am. I actually have to go, sorry. Oh wait, that was earlier. I need to tell you something. Please understand, I want you to be honest because I like talking to you. Okay, I'm all ears. I have a partner. A romantic partner, to be clear. Are you too serious? And are you looking for a third? We've been together for 6 years. I know this sounds terrible. There's a lot of context. Well, no, it's not cheating. How do I know what relationship they're in? What is the context? We're in a bad spot, okay? No, don't have a monogamous relationship if you don't want a monogamous relationship. Nothing wrong with that. Everything sucks and it has sucked for a while and...
Snow Dude 67 just checked in.
Thank you, Snow Dude. Thank you for the follow. I hope you have a wonderful Friday, Hubin. And if I can just make it a little bit better, I have a win. Everything sucks and it has sucked for a while and I don't know, I needed someone to talk to. If that feels manipulative, you can leave. I'm seriously only made a Tinder account to talk to people. No, I'm sorry the relationship sucks. I won't unmatch you. Oh, I was? Oh, I'll take that. But yeah, I suppose I should introduce myself then, huh? Hi. I'm the person whose hands never work when they should because I have a reflection on my keyboard. I don't know what's going on. Hi. But yeah, I'm Moxie. I play the lesser known games usually. I play the weird games, just the games that interest me. Sometimes rhythm games, sometimes shooters. So you'll see probably a lot of various games here. This week we've actually been playing AI, the Somnius Files, a murder visual novel detective game. I'm really looking forward to getting back to that on Monday. But yeah, today is a bit of a chill day, so currently we're playing Tender Creature Comforts, the furry Tinder monster dating sim. Very cozy game. But yeah, that is me. Thank you for checking on in. And if you're wondering who that bean is, every now and then I have a riddle, usually once per week. And if you solve that riddle, then you're gonna end up on my most valuable bean wall here for a week. Like Nightbird the Crow over here. Very good bean, by the way. But yeah, that is me. I also like music. I really like music. So anytime there's anything going on with music, I'm probably part of it. And yes, Kat, now I know I really need to get back to Hi-Fi Rush. I was actually tempted to get back to it today. And then thought about the fact on whether I want to continue it or if I want to start a new one and just start a harder difficulty. And I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to start it on hard because I'm kind of curious. But yeah, let's send Checky some positive words. Sorry the relationship sucks, I won't unmatch you. I wasn't keen on telling you, such an incredible relief. And of course, thank you so much for not lashing out. You want to talk about it? I mean, should I feel bad that I'm essentially helping her cheat? I don't know. I don't. It's all very complicated, but for now I have to go to work. I just wanted to get this over with. Have a nice time with the steaks. Yeah. That's something I would say. Did you know why the Lalafell couldn't be a culinarian? The stakes were too high. Oh, okay. Wait, that was the wrong button. I didn't mean to click that. I meant to click that button. It's okay, you get extra bunny today. Okay, I gotta check that out. If you send me a short, I gotta check it out. I wanna see what.
Do you guys want $10 or a mystery gift? $10 or mystery gift? $10 or mystery gift? Can you open those up, please? Yeah. Do all three of you want to come to my place tonight, or a final gift? Can you open that up, please? Do you want to know how I paid for it? Too sweet. Do you guys?
What? How you pay for it? Do I want to know that? Hey Tarble, how are you today, Bean? Hope you're having a great day. And thank you for the lurk. Yeah, it had like 3.5 million views. It probably paid for itself long ago. See, I wouldn't mind doing that. If I would make $500 per Twitch stream, I would give $500 away per Twitch stream. I'd have no problem doing that. But unfortunately, you don't earn as much money on Twitch as you do on TikTok. I just need to get a promotion done so I can promote Rise Shadow Legends. Download now for bonus wrestler skin and loot boxes with extra in-game cash for extra loot boxes. I know how to do these things. Ah, damn, it feels like I've been in a dream and talking with you is waking up. You feel like a waking nightmare. Oh, that's sweet. Who was Nick? Oh, Nick was the punk Barbie. Watch Twin Peaks with me. You know, I've never seen Twin Peaks. Come on, Barbie, let's go party. Ah, okay. I cringe at my own response. Unmatched. Is that all? Well, yep. It's time for more matches. Only swipe right if you promise to give me nightly ASMR. Yes, I will. You're sexy and you know it. All she really wants is a dude to treat her right. Right? Look at this loose. Hold on. Where do I turn the... I suppose I don't need the buttons since I don't use them anyway. Oh wow, look at this loser. Chuling? Chuling? What is chuling? Oh, I suppose it is time for Beat Saber. I don't know what chuling means. Hi, Turtle. How are you today? You know, if you're sleepy, shouldn't you go take a nap? Because in 3 hours your stream starts. I feel like you should. And yes, that means on Monday we're... Oh, you did? I thought you were still out. But yeah, that means on Monday we're gonna do Beat Saber. I'm not ready for it, but I'm ready for it. Bobby, 31, living happily with my partner of 3 years, looking on here for friend connections. Yes, absolutely. Look at this bean. This is a good bean. Recent transplant, already missing the sun. Taking applications for body furnace? Okay, what did you transplant? I want to know more. Remy, cooking, dancing, and deep fried memes, baby. Yes. I want to have a Mimi burp. More burp. Polished poet, cat sitter, total mess. Message me so I can overlies every single thing you say until I die. Not looking for a hookup. Yeah, come on, cat sitter, total mess. Look at that cat. Marlowe, tell me your favorite style of eating potatoes. I'll start. It's a good cat. I want to know more. Maureen, 22, about to enter hibernation for the next few months. Could really use some warmth and company. Serious inquiries only. I mean, it's still your stream. I'm just on it. Yeah, I want to know more. Oh, carbon. That's a long neck. I want to meet all of those beans. It's kind of difficult. Mature for my age, just ask your mom. Nope. Aubrey, I'm Guy Fieri in the kitchen and Ace Ventura in the bedroom. No, Guy Fieri is an ass. I don't want you. Flashing V9s, hit me up if you want to join. Do we wanna date Blake? Nah, I have no interest in V9s. Looking for another person or couple to join us and play board games. These character designs are so cool. Just look at this and appreciate the character design. It's just like, what even is this? But you know what? Board games sounds fun. Winston, half eukaryote, prokaryote? Half eukaryote and half prokaryote. I have no idea. What is an eukaryote? Yeah, I know. Cute occult. I think that's a really good way to phrase it, yeah. Just waiting for my reason to delete this app. No, I don't need someone depressive. I'm sorry. I don't think I will give you a good reason not to delete the app. Polypan Pod, looking for Notre More. In search of cuties you want to create. No, just create. Has Benui. Has Benui is good person. Oh, they are? I don't know English science words. Jesse, graphic designer working at a non-profit startup. I need to eat all the yellow starbursts. They are starting to fall out of my closet. Oh, I actually have limited time to swipe. Is that what this means? But then when do I respond? No, I don't know. Doesn't tickle my fancy. I just need a date because my mom keeps asking how long after I trip and fall will my cat start devouring my flesh. I mean, that is a good question. It usually doesn't take long. Those are weird-ass cats. No. And Shai's long walks to the fridge and romantic evenings with Netflix. Ex-film student. Yes, you're a cute pupper. I can feel you. Oh, that's when my likes refresh. I see. Hi, Seek. How are you today, Bean? You know, I just noticed I'm not even displaying the song titles. I should have turned this back on. Yes, it's very good, Fops. Oh, Jackie is back. Hi, how was work? It was fine. I want to explain about my partner, Alex, by the way. It wasn't always bad, obviously. I remember when we first met. It was so cute. Yeah, tell me the story. While you tell me, I'm going to talk to Nick. Nick, was that cute bean? Look at that cute Barbie. Howdy, I do love a party. I'm out now. I'll hit you up later. Was it all? Did I not respond on time? Yeah, we have one of those dumb stories where I was playing at a bar and he came up to me after. We started talking and one thing led to another. Dates, trips, moving in together, slowly entangling our lives. He was so good at helping me feel calm. I could say my deepest fears or anxieties out loud without judgment. So those thoughts had less power over me. Yeah, good relationships rock. No, you're called Eternal Fam. We don't need your skin name. What went wrong? Things started to fall apart more than a year ago. I don't know if you're busy or even want me to continue. Yeah, sure. I mean, I think it's a better term than dad name because, let's face it, most of us still use the skin name in real life, unfortunately. We kind of have to. So I kind of like the word skin name. I have a fur name and I have a skin name. We used to feel so natural, so effortless around each other. He's had migraine issues going on for 16 months now, and it's so exhausting. He's been dealing with doctors and discomfort, and I feel like all the oxygen in the relationship was sucked up. And that makes me a terrible partner. Oh, that sounds horrible. No, you're definitely not a terrible partner. It's just migraine really kills people. I know that feeling. As a migraine patient, I know that feeling. Yeah, it's nobody's fault, but it's tiring. And then there's stuff that does feel like his fault, but with everything else, it's too much to try and fix. You know how band people can get really involved with each other? Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, flesh tube. Hello, would you like to touch a flesh tube? Sounds like one of those advertisements from one of those gore-written sci-fi games. Or Scorn. Scorn had a fair amount of flesh tubes. Yeah. Flesh tube. Before Alex and I got together, I dated one of the band members for a tiny time, and he's always been weird about it. Lately he's escalated. When I have gigs, Alex is cold to my band and it makes me feel like junk. Are there any leftover vibes? Heck no, we're totally platonic. I just wanted to see that it isn't like I woke up one day and bam, I'm a tender cheater. Oh, still the word cheater there. Just take the word cheater out. It's not cheating, it's meeting friends. I gotta hit the hay though, it's a busy day tomorrow. Night night, sleep tight, maybe I'll see you in my dreams. Oh, I'm jealous of the bed. I'm generally always jealous of the bed. I just want to be a bed so I can always sleep. Oh, Villa, the bull. The bull responded. This is what I happen when I swipe at parties. I can't talk now, but I'm also not ignoring you. I'm hiding in the bathroom for a few minutes. To talk to you later? Maybe, Ketna. To some people. I love the memory of coffee smell. I love remembering that I once liked the smell of coffee. I don't like remembering what happened that made me dislike the smell of coffee. And I think I told that story before. If not, just let me know. Hi, Moxie. Hi there. Are things better? I'm doing better. Thank you for asking. Yeah, I overdosed on it. Long story short, I worked at a company for organic food and they had free coffee. And I've been on like a 3-day streak at that point. I was just... I wouldn't get any sleep and I had to get through that work day. And on that work day, I always had this big mug that I would fill with like 5, 6, 7 shots of espresso. And then I would drink that mug over the course of like 2 hours. Because I don't care about flavor. I don't care about how cold the coffee is. It just goes in. And that day I had about 40 to 50 cups of espresso. And I felt this weird bubbly feeling and then I vomited like no tomorrow. This coffee came out of me like a chocolate fountain. I remember that I was actually entertained by the pressure it had. And ever since then, I get sick if I smell coffee. So I essentially overdosed on coffee. It's possible. Yeah, unfortunately, it was a laxative for the wrong hole. Don't tell anyone I said that. You know, it's just my stomach just wanted to empty itself. And now if I smell coffee, I feel sick. Well, I'm just getting my caffeine from other sources now, I suppose. No, I'm doing better. Thank you for asking. I'm in a good place now. I also am dating someone. I had been casually dating them and I grew more serious. How serious? No, I like all drinks. Alcoholic, caffeinated, doesn't matter. Right now, I don't actually know what's in this bottle. Because Kit mixed this one for me yesterday, so I would have to ask him. But we do a lot of flavor-enhanced water because we live in Denver, and Denver has really, really good tap water. By the way, I'm gonna drink real quick, just a sec. But yeah, Denver has really good drinking water. And because of that, we just make flavored water drinks. So right now I have an orange one next to me and I don't know what the closest one is. Mexican pineapple soda mixed with Everclear. I hate pineapple. No pineapple. But yeah, Everclear, I'm sorry, is amazing. And if you're not aware what Everclear is, Everclear, how much does it have? Yeah. Everclear is 190 proof, so it's 95% alcohol. Everclear is essentially not meant to be drank. Unless I have, and I will never again, because it is very, very unpleasant. But if you're curious, you should definitely try it pure once. But yeah, the idea is it's 95% alcohol. You just mix into other stuff to essentially make a drink, period. And I usually put it into a Coke or something and just get like a whiskey, vodka Coke out of it. I had like a little shot glass with maybe like 2 tablespoons of it. And Jesus, it hurts. When it touches your tongue, it hurts. And when you swallow it, it's like your whole throat tells you don't do that. And it's that point where it feels like if you would burp against a flame, you would probably just burn down your throat. No. And I can't argue with that baked because I love vinegar. I don't love the pickled juice, but I will drink vinegar by the glass. I actually made myself a cheese salad I still have here yesterday, which is essentially cheese and then 50% vinegar, 50% water, and a few spices and herbs. And I will eat that like a soup. I will literally spoon vinegar and cheese, dip some buns in and stuff. That's my big favorite. I love it. Yes, cheese salad. Cheese, 50% vinegar, 50% water, and that bowl is empty when I'm done. That is the most disgusting thing to a lot of people, and I'm fine with that. Yeah, I'm not looking to date anyone else right now, kind of serious. I've enjoyed chatting with you so far and would like to remain friends. Yeah, I would like that. But you really don't like that, do you? No, friend it is. I'm really glad. I'll hit you up soon and hang out as friends. Oh, burp. I have another burp. Wait, who was that burp? I can't see them yet. Hit me with your best memes. No, dogs are good beans, especially those that don't have a good start. Yeah, I mean, if you... 19 feet? Yeah, I'm sorry. Cool jacket, where did you get that? Because that is the one question I had from the start. I want that jacket. Even if I'm not 18 feet tall. Is this your best meme? Is this your best meme? I mean, I feel it. I feel it. I really do. Unfortunately, none of the dating sims I have I can stream on Twitch. I totally go for a blush stream. Yeah, I use vinegar to clean, and I always get a little bit of heat when I do it, so I try to do it when no one notices, because no one here likes the smell of vinegar either. What are we saying about this meme, other than it's 100% true? Oh, okay, I'll just give him a ha ha ha. But you know, I also like stinky cheese, blue cheese, rotten cheese, moldy cheese. I don't like maggot cheese, but that's simply because I'm a vegetarian, so I don't want to eat maggots. Period. I would have no problem with them. I would actually be more okay eating maggots or insects than I would be eating mammals. Period. Like I have no problem eating a cricket if I would need to eat it to survive. But I would have problems killing a cow. So there's that. The smell of vinegar making you sick runs in the family? I was not aware that's what's the word called? That you can pass it on genetically. That word, the one with H. Thank you for letting me share. Would you be down to cook a meal together? Now I was thinking hereditary. I was thinking of hereditary. I knew the word would come to me eventually. I knew the first letter already. A co-cooking session. Yes, please. I mean, I would prefer a passive cooking session where I sit down and you cook for me. Now that is a good date. If you want to have a good date with me, like cook for me, make me food, and I will. Hold on. Ow, there, and I will give you the best heart that I can give you. Imagine this is a heart, okay?
Come, Dalton.
Maybe I'll even wreck you in Monopoly after. Okay, but first we gotta talk to Kenshi. Sup? Kenji is cute, but I'm not 18 feet tall. But that is... Look at this, this is such a cutie. How can you not love this cutie? How's your day going? Not so bad. Oh, Chucky's back, Chucky's back. Yo! Yeah, Dalton moans on command. There, I said moans and not comes on command. Just to make sure that we don't violate TOS. I like talking to you. Oh, I like talking to you too. By the way, Dalton promised me I get 2 voice recordings as soon as he can. Haha. So there will be new voice redeems at some point. Good, you heard all about my love life. I need to hear about some facts from you. Are you talking to others on here? Let a friend know. Yeah, but I'm talking to the person I like most right now. Jackie is the hottest here. Love Jackie. Who? Tell me. Ah, name's Jackie. Cheating on me with another Jackie? Just kidding, that's cute. Yeah, I'm not in any particular rush to date. Save yourself from my mistake. Being 27 with a desperate feeling to settle down. Tell me about your first kiss. Nah, college. No, that sounds sad. No. What is no kiss? I have not had my first kiss. I might consider your application. It's kind of difficult to say when I had a friend. Truth or dare? No, 13. No, 13 and a triple dog dare to summer camp is not how I want to remember my first kiss. Okay, why not? I can go with that. I had one of those friends who would throw house parties, and one night we actually tried playing Spin the Bottle. That's me trying to spin a bottle. Okay, my turn. My first kiss was adorable. 8th grade, I was too afraid to kiss them, and I got a text saying, "Do you not kiss me because you think I'm ugly?" I was so sad, but cute, and I said, "No, I'm just nervous." Next time we met, I leapt into their arms and gave them a big smooch. Oh, it's really cute. Isn't it? Black effect. Black effect. Thanks for talking to me. I'm feeling sad and you're helping. You gotta hang out with me more. Yes. I feel like I'm trying to climb a hill, but I don't have the right pair of shoes. No, cheer up. Now these feel like real people. This is really... I remember that's kind of what every review said. That this just feels too real. But I can feel it. It's... like talking to these people is great. Meh feelings are for meh people. The party I was at was wild. You have never been to such a wild party, Moxie. Obviously my name is Willa and my mom chose it. What's your mom's name? I want you to get my mom out of your thoughts and mouth. She's a marvelous woman and she doesn't date down. You're a big party person? What the heck? I just asked what your mom's name is. I go out occasionally. You sound super lame, but maybe... you know what? Bye, Willa. Oh, one of those people, huh? I mean, I suppose I could have seen this coming. I could have seen Adam with his human body pillow here. Looks down excitedly at my phone because I got a match. Hi, cutie. Plushes. Oh, shit. Oh, boy. Sees your message and smiles. Hello, Umu. Kawaii mode engaged. Nervously fitting. Ovo, you responded? I did. I did, because you... No. Holds your face gently. Yes? There. Let's roleplay. Stammering on confession. Do you like me? I don't, QQ. Of course I do, doofus. Tears of joy watching Moxie-chan. Playfully tickles you. Oh, I don't have no idea where this is going. I thought white. I thought white swipe was a mistake. Gets mad at brain for stupid thoughts. Comforts your brain. It's not your fault. Wanna go on a date with me? Shyly looks away, then puts hand over mouth. Yes, Uwu. Okay, we have 2 dates waiting. And Bobby responded. Oh, Bobby was the cow. A dating app is a strange place to look for friends. Oh, and Teddy got back too. The cool school, we rule. Let's play say hey, bae. Very poet. Oh boy, I've got a poem for you. Oh boy. I have made a big mistake. I am very busy, so there's not really a better way to put myself out there. Someone should invent an app just for friends. I'd love that. Why not have a dating app, but for you know, friends and just chat friends? I hear Bumble has a friends option, but only humans can message first. I've been trying normally and it gets harder every time. Yeah, I suppose that is Discord, true. But still, people don't go on Discord to intentionally look for friends. You know, why not have an app for people that just look for friends to chat with and not have a sexual connection, not have a relationship? Just like, imagine you just have a Tinder for friendships. Okay, Cuffs. If you're willing to share, how many people have you met on Discord that led to a intimate encounter? Is that a value you can share? Because I'm kind of curious. I've never considered Discord as an app to then meet people in real life. But yeah, I think that's it, Kid. I feel like the market is getting to a point where this would be a thing now. I'd love to be a new friend's success story. You came to the right place then. I mean, the fact that half of these conversations end up with me being friends, you know, we're already there. My partner's also looking for friends, so let me know if you have Rex. She works in graphic design and is really intelligent. Maybe all 3 of us could be friends? Yeah, that's true. I mean, as long as you have 18 plus furries involved. Ha 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 ha. See, it nearly works. You get the image. Oh my god, what am I doing? I want to keep the friendships separate, but maybe you can join our Game of Thrones binge watch? is to being new friends. Oh. Now, I briefly joined a Colorado fur Discord, and I felt so weird in there. I felt so out of place. I mean, if you aren't aware, I'm 40 plus. You know, I'm not the youngest bean. And I go in there and, oh hi, I'm 14. I'm in college. I just figured out I'm a fur. Hi, I'm 13. I'm fur curious. I feel mildly uncomfortable. Like that whole channel was so full of teen furs currently experiencing their first furry days and figuring out that maybe they are furries, and I'm sitting there, yeah, I've been a furry longer than you've been alive. I need a place for older people. An elderly home for furries there. Let's call it the final dog shelter. See, I mentioned the final dog shelter, and what happens? Dunn comes in. Good morning, Dunn, you bean. How are you today? Well, yes, Dalton, you're young. You're not even 30. What are you, 24? Somewhere around there, at least. I don't think you're much older. You know what, let's go cook with Remy, shall we? See? Yay. I arrive at Remy's apartment with the ingredients she asked me to bring. I knock on the door. Remy opens the door. She has a big smile. Glad you made it. Grey muscle time. No, you're not that old either, Dunn. Thanks for inviting me. You brought the grub. Thank you so much. You're taking the lead on cooking, I hope. Yeah, no promises on deliciousness. Take your boots off, please. I take my boots off. Thank you, thank you. Remy takes the bag of ingredients and leads me into the kitchen. I follow her. Remy unpacks the bag, squash, onions, garlic. Great, everything I need for this super awesome squash pasta recipe. Have you cooked it before? It's my dinner at least once a week. Anything I can do to help? Here, start chopping the onion. She hands me a knife. I hope you know how to julienne. I pretend I do. I begin cutting the onion while Remy chops the squash. My eyes start to water. Oh my god, are you crying? She rushes over and gently wipes my cheeks. This is natural for humans and onions. I appreciate you sacrificing yourself. I continue chopping. After the onion, Remy gives me a garlic clove. You're doing great, Moxie. I'm impressed. No, oh my god, no. I can't even read this. No, don't accident. No, wow. I give her a sly smile. We finish preparing all the ingredients. Remy puts on a pan on the stove with some oil. I love a good what? Mise en place? Yes, my dear cook. That much I understand. Let's get sauteing started. Remy puts the squash in and stirs lightly. Smells good. I know I do. I get the chopped onion ready. Toss in the onions. Go, go, go. Yeah, let's get a bit lovingly, shall we? I continue holding the onions and stare at Remy. I swear to God, throw those onions in or I'll bash you with this spatula. Okay, okay, I throw in the onions. She stirs it all together. The pasta finishes and Remy combines the sauce and noodles into a bowl. Can I get the plates? Right over in the left cupboard. We sit at the table and Remy dishes out a good amount. Yeah, this looks amazing. Thanks, she beams. Anything you want to say before we start? Are you being eaten by them wolves? I thought you didn't die yet. Don't change that. Bon appetit. Oh, sorry. I forgot. I'm in America. Bon appetite. To Dave. Yeah, to Dave. Dave, the inventor of tender. I dig into the pasta. The food is delicious. Creamy sauce and tender squash. We both chew busily for a moment. Do you cook a lot for yourself? Mostly. It's harder to find good vegan food in this quadrant. Remy gets up and grabs us both some water. Should we have some wine with it? Yeah, pour it up. She pours me a glass of white wine. What do you do besides amazing cooking? I'm in law school. How did you end up there? I studied philosophy in undergrad. I put more pasta on my plate. Her foot touches mine under the table. I move my foot back at a hair. No, not back. I want it back at her. Not. Oh, damn it. I misread this. Oh, of course. I don't see a DM. Oh, now I see a DM. Hold on, let me just finish this dating. What kind of stuff helps you wind down in the evening? Changing into PJs when I get home. Hard. She loves. I don't even wear PJs. I suppress a burp. My nose smells like garlic. I get so wound up, I've been having trouble sleeping lately. We'll try a meditation app. I hate meditating. I shouldn't, but it's like running. I get bored. We finish our food and I lean back in the chair. Did you like the wine? Oh yeah, it was delicious. I pick it up on my way home once a week. TJ's. Come with me. I follow her to the living room. Remy and I stand by the living couch. I feel uncomfortable just sitting down just because she asked me to follow, so I stand there shifting my weight. She draws me to the couch. I love this upholstery. I think we should kiss. I'm an idiot. Let's kiss. She moves in and kisses me, and I make out with her. Remy's beak is coarse and sharp. I put a hand on her hip. This goes on for a while. She pulls back out of the kiss. That was nice. She smiles. Thank you for indulging me. I'll get a good night's sleep. Let's do this again. Again and again. She leads me to the door. I put my boots back on. It feels like there's a rock in my shoe. Thanks for stopping by and giving me an excuse to cook. Oh, thanks for feeding me. Remy opens the door and parts her wings for a hug. Oh, wing hug. I lean forward to hug her. Thanks again. Oh, that was a good date. That was a really good date. I think it's a good one. Yes, I think it's a good one. I mean, let's be honest. It's already kind of revealed at that point, and everyone knows what's coming. So I think that is a good one. I'd go with that Eternal. Well, we finished our third date. I kind of expected this game would be a lot shorter than it ended up being. And we didn't even play Monopoly. Okay, I wasn't sure if I can. Because, I mean, it's not today. Today we're just playing Vintage Story. But on Sunday, the final Bad Wolf reveal that, no, this wasn't a sentence. On Sunday, the reveal comes of the final teaser you're looking at right now. Yes, look at that bean. Look at that bean. And I'm gonna do that because it's a lot better if I do it, so you don't have to do it yourself there.
I'm a bad.
Coyote Snow Leopard just resubscribed for 10
Oh
months.
boy.
Paternal and Joker sitting in a tree. Bar and Batwaff. Noises. Boo Joker, 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 boo Joker,
Kaboom show. Yeah, Joker and Eternal sitting in a tree. Nothing ever happens. But yeah, that very good bean. First of all, we're gonna have a Vintage Story stream coming up shortly in 2 hours. I look forward to it. But also on Sunday, the big reveal. Yes. And because Twitch just reminded me, yes, the Beat Saber challenge is finished. On Monday, we're playing Beat Saber. I was kind of tempted to do it today, but I still got to set up the microphone to make sure you can actually hear me. I didn't test that, so let's not do that today. Yeah. 99%. You still have 2 days. Yeah, wait, doesn't that... You don't stream tomorrow, do you? Doesn't that mean today is actually your very last stream with your original avatar? This kind of feels weird, doesn't it? You should do a transition. Like, you should probably start the stream with your old avatar, or maybe your very, very old avatar. You know, you could just go back to the skin tuber. I just recently, here, since we're currently talking about less than 50 minutes for what? Well, yeah, since we were talking about the old avatars and all, here, hold on, let me go back to old VODs, because I did exactly the same thing. If you weren't aware, when I did my very first new episode earlier this year, when I came back from the brief vacation, I actually used my old avatar from last year. And yeah, if I ever needed a reminder of how much less this avatar was than mine, this is a big difference. So yeah, I know. Wait, I thought Beat Saber is done. Oh no, it's not done. It says 40k raised, but only because it's filling it up. It still needs like, what, 42 points. Come on, 42 points. But yeah, Monday Beat Saber. That's probably a fix. There we go. Now it's complete. Thank you, done. So yeah, means on Monday I will play Beat Saber. I actually really look forward to it, I have to admit. But we have a date with our Uwu. Let's date Adam. Adam invites me to a local Earth bar. He says it's where Earthies hang out. I see Adam outside the bar. He waves shyly to me. I wave back. He motions with 2 thumbs backwards into the bar. I open my hands in a welcoming gesture. I'm really excited, Moxie. Oh, me too, Adam. As we walk in, I see a cardboard cutouts of Julius Caesar and Will Ferrell from Elf. Good collection. Hi, Evie. Yes, I should. Thank you for the reminder. How are you been? You know, after watching you yesterday, I actually reinstalled. That's when the German comes out in me every now and then. I reinstalled City Skylines. And then looked at all the mods. I need to update. I need to check out. I think Biff was his name, a famous City Skyline streamer, and I always get the Biff suggested mod package because it has all the traffic mods and the traffic light mods and all the important stuff. I'll be honest, Cuffs, I feel so about it because City Skylines was breathtaking. And then some of the DLC was good. And some of the DLC was bad. And that company, you know, they always border on it can go either way. And the last few releases were miserable. So I'm kind of glad City Skylines 2 isn't out yet, because that gives me a reason to play the first. But I am mildly worried that the second will not be able to hold up in any way. The first has so many mods, has so much DLC, has so many extensions, has so much you can do. It feels like Sims 4 all over again. It feels like having Sims 3 and all the DLC and all the expansions and all the mods and everything, and then installing Sims 4 and not even having babies and pools. And that's kind of what I see coming with City Skylines 2. Both done. Some of them are good, some of them are shit. I don't actually all remember all of them, but yeah, it's like, why do I pay 60 bucks for the lesser version of a game I already have? Because City Skylines 2 will have nothing City Skylines 1 with mods doesn't have, is my expectation. And that just... I hope it's good. I really do, because we need a good city builder. We need more than one good city builder every 5 years. But I'll hold my breath until it comes out. It's like the same issue I have with all those social life games. All the Sims copycats that are coming out this year. Life by You, I look forward to it, but it is a Paradox game. And you know what that means in terms of DLC. They will try really hard to beat Sims 3 in DLC. It's like, I want it. And then there's this new pixel art style one, seems like. I don't remember what it was called. I still gotta look at that. It's just... Friday. I mean, Friday is a perfect example. We played Palia on Friday last week. I had such huge expectations for that game. A Stardew Valley MMO. Amazing. We play it and we're having fun. It feels a little bit shallow, but, you know, we're having fun. And then I open the cash store and see that you cannot get any good appearances for free. And each outfit costs around $25 to $35, with $600 already available in the cash shop for an open beta. I've since uninstalled the game because I don't need to pay $35 for a virtual hoodie, so I then have a single appearance for my character, and if I want a second appearance I have to pay another $35. I mean, I'm sorry to tell you, but I feel bad paying $35 for a hoodie in real life. Why the fuck would I pay $35 for the rights to wear a digital hoodie? It's just, it doesn't make sense. You have games like Black Desert who charge half that much for an outfit, and they come with a whole MMO attached to it. You know, that game was just... here's a thought for the older ones among us that might still know catalogs. In Germany, we had a mail order company who, you know, the typical mail order company, they would send you catalogs like this thick once a year and you would order. And then we moved on to an era of CDs. So for like 2 or 3 years, that company released a CD catalog. No, not like that, Seek. And they released a CD. So you got the CD, and the CD had the whole catalog, but it had little mini games. It's like it had a memory game, and if you solved the memory game, then you would get like a 5% discount on a kitchen utility, or this or that. And then I look at a game like Palia, and it feels exactly the same way. It feels like you have mini games to entice you to order, just that it hides it better. But in the end, it feels like a digital mail order catalog where you just have a live mini game around it, so you have a reason to log on and keep looking at said catalog. And I don't need that. And I play Black Desert online. If I uninstall a game because it's a cash grab, then that means something. As we walk in, I see cardboard cutouts of Julius Caesar and Will Ferrell from Elf. Adam hails the bartender to get us 2 drinks. I place my hand on the table near his. He coughs and rubs his eye. How was your day? He shrugs. He smiles at me. There's something in his teeth. I motion to my teeth in the spot. He scrapes his tooth and nods appreciatively. He opens his mouth slightly. I lean forward. He sneezes. Gesundheit. He wipes his nose with a napkin. What kind of date is this? He yawns and reaches his hands out. One hand passes behind me and turns to his side. What? I look at the other patrons. Let's get riggedy wrecked. Why do I just open my mouth? He finishes his drink and makes a fist near me. I fist bump him. He moves his hand back and pretends it explodes. I spin around the bar stool. I have to pee. He goes to the bathroom. Oh my god, I'm so tempted to just leave. Nah, I take a sip of my drink. I look at my phone. Adam hasn't come back. I check the bathroom. Wow. Wow. Well. Okay, we're gonna pull this off. Are you not into me? Q. Yeah, I know. QQ. Let's see if we hear back from him. I'm kind of curious. Yeah, I had lots of fun cooking together. Now, I got super hot in there with you. Yeah. You know, I just noticed that all day I had a playlist going that is actually not YouTube safe, and I don't give a damn. These are good songs. I will probably have my VOD muted on YouTube halfway through, but that's fine. I don't know why I have such a good catchy station today. I like it. Hey, I actually got food poisoning somehow from what we ate, so I'm super out of commission. I'll hit you up later when I'm feeling better. Oh no, I hope you feel better. And I hope you're not lying. Because now I feel like everyone's lying to me. Oh, Alex and I are visiting his family, so I'll be more busy. You have a great trip. Oh, come hang out with me right now. Our sexy giraffe dude. God, I love that. He is so good looking. I still can't get over the fishnet shirt on fur. But oh my god, is he hot. I love that. Sure. Let's go free all the animals from the zoo. Secret mission, I'm in. What are they gonna do? Cancel my visa and send me off the planet? Haha. I mean, they might. Involuntary emigration. Hey, we've been doing so many family activities. How is the family? His family is so sweet. He's got 2 moms and they're absolutely the nicest people ever. Can you imagine growing up with 2 moms? Like, I'm sorry, but that sounds so rad. Just having 2 moms, I'm sorry, I'd be all for that. I think I'd be rather raised by 2 moms than 2 dads. His family is so sweet. He's got 2 moms and they are absolutely the nicest people ever. They love spoiling me with breakfast and we're all heading out for a late afternoon picnic in a few minutes. Do you like visiting your family? We're not really connected anymore. Well, if that's for the best, I've had to cut out toxic people too. I got to get out of this bathroom, lol. Hiding in the bathroom. Woo! Okay, here's a question. When have you ever hidden in a bathroom? Because I have at work. I have very fond memories of being so frustrated at work that I went to the restroom, sat on the toilet, and just played video games on the phone for like 30 minutes. Been there, done that. How are things with you? Good? Yeah, things are good. Running off. I'll talk to you later. So. You know what? Let's do a little bit of swiping. I want to meet a few more beans because I do want to meet this dog. Look at this doggy. Look at him. He's into IT and cameras and stuff. And the fact that the socks are laying here is just... This is such a cozy bean. I mean, come on. Isn't that like a Dunbrine mood? That is... I love him. Murphy. A chicken with wings and hands. That is a very weird design. I haven't seen that before. I love that. That is... I love that. Install tender, swipe, get bored, uninstall, get bored, repeat. Your sign matters. Okay, I wanna see more. Yale 22. Call me by your peach. Looking for poly primary. Nah. Exceptionally good at being emotionally distant and hard to read. I'm not sure if these will ever lead to a conversation. But most of them feel unattractive anyway. No, I don't need another human. You look like a human. Sports. No sports. Follow my dog on Instagram. Too fast, too ferocious. Yes. Good vibes only. Yes. Derek. Likes late nights, the bus, and Seinfeld. I'm a male feminist because it's the right thing. You also glow at night. And you're impossible to hug. That's actually a big downside for me. I mean, you go try and hug that bean. You'll probably lose your head. No, I need something more huggable. I'm sorry. Sure will. Into live music, finding new places, and dyeing my hair pink over and over again. Invite me to a cool party or something. Cattletown 68. Yeah, but I'm not a party person. Hugs are free. Judy Dench is my mom. Okay. Assuming you're the one actually being held up so you can tongue kiss a statue, you're cool. Bill, Big Sprout. I work at a startup that rents watches for high-end business meetings. How is this not a thing? How can you buy Skype backgrounds for your meetings, but you can't actually buy accessories for business meetings? I love it. Well, you see, Cuffs, the problem is what you don't know. I am an AI. GPT-4's text and speech recognition is amazing. Oh, and thank you for the head patch. Maybe the head patch. Oh. It's a cute piggy, but I want to date that burp out there. It's a really good burp. No, I don't know. Renting watches. Nope. The only chains are in your mind. Dropped out of college to go woofing. Now work at YTTP. You're the YTTP. Youth to the people. No, that's probably not what it is. It's a skincare. It's a skincare What else does YTTP even mean? But no, I think I can live without Ellen. Daniel, when it comes down to it, most of life is about punctuation. Okay, I want to know more. Yeah, I know. Why would you rent a watch so you look? I mean, I get it. You know, I get it. I live in a country where people buy pickup trucks, then never take them off-road, but then spray them with dirt so they look like they were off-road without taking any damage, just so, you know. No, I 1Q84. Nah. That's a human. I mean, it's a cute human, but it's a human. Am I dating the cat or am I dating the person? I love to have fun, hang out, love, be with friends and family, explore new places. Manda. Well, I got it, because you have a cat in your chest cavity. It doesn't look like it's just... Yeah, I'm pretty sure the cat lives inside. I should just use more rich things then. Mothers, better lock up your sons. I will always message you first. Yeah, I'm hip. No, you're not. Ooh, Patricia. You're a cutie. EECS in the streets. Soldering in the sheets. Yes. Here, let's look at that. Look at that picture. Isn't that a bean? I really like that art style. I'm a real guy and definitely not kids stacked on top of each other in a trench coat. Marsha has humor. Oh, now we got a date again. Okay, you know what? We haven't talked to Teddy. Oh shit. We have to do a poem. Oh boy. Oh, this is not good. I go walking at night, seeking another person. Stop. If you know where I am. Upon a winter's day. The one, but not the one. Us together. Yeah, I'm a real poet now. Beautiful. It's okay, Abby. Of course it's okay. I'm reaching out with sad news. Well, I thought your friend died. Wasn't that one? Yeah, you're the one whose friend died. How do you have sad news? Oh, my partner's moving away for a job and I'm heartbroken. I'm sorry to hear that people moving away for work sucks. I'm sorry to hear that, comma, people moving away for work sucks. What was it about punctuation? Because I don't think you're sorry to hear that people moving away for work sucks. I'm devastated right now. We had recently started saying I love you, and I don't say that to people easily. I almost wish we were having a horrible, messy breakup instead of this completely mutual, nothing we can do about it, no reason for me to be mad, simply makes sense garbage. Yeah, hard to be mad at that. I'm sorry, I'm old school. I still prefer actual smileys. Sometimes yelling makes it feel like it matters. Oh, Teddy replied to our poem. I know. Okay, thank you for letting me check in and want to make sure I'm in a good place when we finally go on our date. Oh, I'm not so sure about this date anymore. Because I met this really cute two-headed goat here. Glorious, absolutely ducking glorious. You definitely missed your calling. I thought it was terrible, but thanks. So, here, you look at this. And you tell me that this wouldn't be some of the sexiest kissing time. Just imagine nuzzling between those heads and having them rub against your cheek and you pet them both at the same time. Wouldn't that be like just the best smooches? Isn't that just the most smoochable bean? And then the blue derpy tongue. I want to hear more of your poetry in person. I want more of yours too. Yay! I'm a dating Teddy. I arrive at the slam poetry event Teddy invited me to. Teddy walks up. Moxie, you got here. I saved us some seats. I glance at their two heads. For clarity, I'm Teddy. He points towards the head on the left with glasses. I'm Amber. I won't butt into your date, says the head on the right. Nice to meet you too. The fact that they are of different gender sounds really interesting. Like, this just sounds like a gender fluid, amazing character. I love it. Though obviously it seems that both heads are very unique and their own being. I suppose that changes that a bit. Yeah, let's find our seats. These two were second in the lineup, so I'll be backstage to start. You're sitting next to my friend Erin. She will take good care of you. They run off. I turn to my left. Hey, I'm Erin. Is this your first slam? Yes, it is. You are in for a treat. How long have you known Teddy? Oh, this is our first date. What? That is so amazeballs. The first up is Will, so prepare to hear some intense stuff. I prepare myself to hear some intense stuff. The show begins and the poets make their way up one by one. Recipe for making me. I remember the first time I was loved. Loving. I snap my fingers. Can you sever the connection? I cannot connect to several people. I need your love severely. Am I doing this right? Am I pronouncing the poetry correctly? I snap a finger. The last performer was Terry bad, honestly, she whispers in my ear. I search around for Teddy. He appears on stage solemnly and steps forward. Living in the same body, he and Amber say at the same time. How about I just shut up? Why is that not an option? I don't want to whoop and I don't want to whoop. How do you even... Whoop! Whoop! How does whooping go? Whoop! Do I just sit there and go like... Whoop! I don't know. What is whooping? Well, I suppose I'd cheer. He likes staying at home. She likes going out. He needs to hear I love you to feel safe. She butters both sides of a grilled cheese. But what do you... I don't want to holler and I don't want to howl. I suppose I howl. She's the body and I am the head. He is the body and I am the head. At the conclusion, they leave the stage to applause. A few minutes later, they take the seat beside me. How were we? Magnificent! Whoop, yeah, whoop like a yin and howl like a wolf. Yeah, yes, but I'm in a poetry club. It's like, I feel like a gentle held back applause or a laughter is so much better in place than me going like, ah woo! And yes, there was a howl. Live with it. We are pretty amazing. We resume watching the slew of poets continuing to perform. He moves to hold my hand. Yeah, I need Fox. Fox sound redeems. You see, the main problem, and that is a conversation I have before, is that I have no species identity. You know, you can make jokes about foxes and bunnies and dogs and Asune, I can make a joke about you being underwater. What jokes do you make about a wagon? The only joke I ever made is that I only eat cotton candy, that I'm a cotton candy war. But that's not my species. I do sometimes wish I had a bit of a species identity, but I suppose wagons aren't big enough for that. I give him a squeeze. He takes... the last poet takes a bow. Bow? How did you like it? So much raw vulnerability. Moxie was so into it. Yes, that's what we go for. Come hang out with me and my friends. Yeah, I can't wait to meet the rest of them. We all head outside and wait for more performers from backstage. They slowly emerge and Teddy introduces me to Adeline, Ebo and Kayla. It's great to meet you all. The performance was amazing. Let's grab some food. I know a good diner nearby. We all head to the Good Food Diner for a late night snack. I strike up a conversation with the friends. How long have you all been doing this? I literally just got on stage for the first time, Adeline shrugs. Everyone laughs. We got started in high school. The group forms up around me as we continue walking. I squeeze my thigh? I mean, I don't panic, but why would I squeeze my... Are these all phrases that I've never heard before? What does it mean to squeeze one's thigh? Oh, I see. Yeah, I see two reasons to do it. One is to improve pleasure and one is to defeat anxiety. Why not mix it both? There, problem solved. Ebo slides up next to me. Do you write a poem for Teddy? He's such a sucker for that. Yeah, I said some random words he liked. No, I've been working on one for a long time. He'll be eating out of your palm, doll. Aaron squeezes in. Move over, Ebo. I met Moxie first. I hope you didn't mind my show commentary. Almost as good as the poetry. We arrive at the diner and all take some seats in a big booth. The waitress comes over. Milkshakes and french fries, everyone? Yeah, get me in on that. Teddy grabs a seat next to me. You're taking this all in stride. It's very cool. I know you probably wanted 2 on one time, but this just shows how interested I am. Hey, maybe I'll get... Nah, it's no problem. I like your friends. My friends are still better. Amber headbutts Teddy. I put my hand on Teddy's thigh. He presses slightly into my hand. The fries and milkshakes come. Everyone rejoices. Kayla, remember when Ebo forgot their wallet here? It was a disaster. I don't know what anyone is talking about. You said you started slamming in high school? No, I feel awkward talking. I have nothing to contribute there. I'm just watching. So I sip on my milkshake. Teddy, come on, what do you think? Teddy gets involved in a separate conversation. Let's go to the bathroom. I don't like checking the phone. The night gets late. Nice to meet you, Moxie. Good luck. Erin and Evo leave. See everyone at the next performance. It's just me, Teddy, and Amber. I'm really glad you came tonight. Oh, thank you for inviting me. Could I give you a little kiss? Yes, of course. He kisses my cheek. Get home safely. Nice to meet you. I depart. Now, that was a cozy date. They are adorable. Hey Moxie, Amber and I had an incredible time meeting you. I don't think I'm looking for a romantic relationship with you, but super down for friends. No. Thanks for being honest. Sadness. It's a good friend, though. I don't mind friends. Friends are good. Home from visiting Alex's family. Had such a nice time. Things have been a little better lately. I woke up this morning feeling really guilty for being on this app. It's so stressful. You can't imagine trying to hide it from him. I have notifications off, but every time I hand him my phone, there's this awful tightness in my chest. I delete and reinstall over and over. There's a reason you downloaded this, you know. Sorry to be the mirror here, but... Yep, and there still is. My sanity right now is like... What even does this mean? Your sanity is hello, can I... Do you really have trouble seeing my hand like this? Okay. Yeah, that emoji always looks dirty to me. I bet you have a cute tongue. Let's lighten the mood. Wouldn't you like to know? I'm feeling guilty though. Sorry, let's keep it peachy. Let's keep it peachy, but send 3. No. You started it. Bad Moxie. Talk to you later. Okay, we have one burp to talk to, just making sure we have everyone else covered. Well, I suppose we're not going to hear back from Nia. Well, I don't know if we'll ever hear back from him. I don't think he replies back. Though I want to keep him here. I want to see if he ever does. Maybe he does. Jamila. Yeah, your dog is super cute. Has either of you ever considered giving one of your animals a social media platform? Like, in all honesty, have you ever looked at your pet and you were like, you know, he should be on social media? Because I did. I look at our dogs and I wish I could show other people what our dogs are like. I wish I could share them on social media. The problem is, yes, A, you have to commit to it. Yeah, it's not like I can post on Instagram of how cute my dog is and then not post anything for a month. But yeah, they are competitive. But then it's also the problem, you need to permanently have your phone on and ready. Like, our dogs have the cutest little Dreamborgs and Dream House. Do you know how difficult it is to record those? How difficult it is to get a phone close without making a sound and waking your pet? Like, I feel like I would have to be permanently on edge, just... No, thank you. But I mean, random spiders are good beans too. They are better than random insects. Recent transplant, already missing the sun. What does it even mean? Hey, how are you liking things here so far? Oh, her name is Caspian. Yeah, I like some pets. And then you have a chance with me. Do pets like you? And then you have a chance with me. Yeah, I know. I remember hearing about it. Like, why is CatCon a thing? I mean, okay, I get that there's a con for everything. But, you know, I remember reading about it, and I remember thinking that CatCon is probably, you know, cat food, cat toys. No, it's about cats. I've been ping-ponging from good days to bad days. I miss my old place. Moving is always hard. You know, speaking of moving is always hard, I just came to the realization that in those 10 years I've now lived in the United States, I've moved 7 times. I've moved 6 times. I've lived in 7 places. I've lived at 7 different addresses in the last 10 years. And if I include the years before then, I think I've now moved over 25 times. I'm so tired of moving. I envy anyone that doesn't have to move and has a place to live in. I think the worst part about always moving is never settling down, never having a time to decorate, never... Like, if I look around me, I have some things on the wall, but most of the stuff I have is just stuff that's around. Because in half a year we're moving. So I gotta pack up everything again. We sometimes don't even unpack the moving crates. I hate it. I'll keep looking back at my old life with rose-colored glasses. Now, you gotta believe in your decisions. There is no going back. Make sure you go forward. I'm trying. My roommates are awesome, which is the best part of moving so far. Why did you move? I moved here for work, but then the contract I came for ran out, so now I'm in transition. So sorry here about the job ending. Yeah, I know, Melina. I know. It's... yes. But... within the next decade or so, I expect that some money comes in that will help me maybe sign like a lease for a more permanent place. Like maybe even, you know, start financing a home. And it's just when we moved out of the old place, we moved out because it was a shithole. So we moved to a place that would be reasonably close enough to the workplace. And as we moved in here, our work went remote. So we never even went to the workplace that we moved to this place for. My big goal is to move out of Denver, like maybe an hour away from Denver or two, just to a point where the rent becomes affordable. Because right now, we're paying $2,300 a month. And that is a ridiculously dumb amount of rent to pay for something that will never give you a permanent benefit. You know, it's one thing if you pay $2,500 a month and then in 10 years you own the house. But what do I get for my $2,000+ here? The fact that if the house burns down, I don't have to build a new one, I just move. Yay. The fact that if water suddenly comes through my ceiling, I don't have to call someone and pay for the repair, they do. But is that really worth it? I have no idea. Oh yeah, sorry to hear about the job ending. Thank you, wasn't your fault, as far as I know. Are you planning on staying here or ready to throw in the towel? Yeah, because I love sidetracking. Here's a little fun fact. In Germany, we have a phrase called giving up the spoon. Because I read ready to throw in the towel. You don't have that in English, do you? Handing over the spoon or giving up the spoon? Because you know what that means in German? It means you died. If you hand over the spoon, it means you died. And it is such a dumb phrase because the whole point was that it comes from a time where people didn't have more than one spoon. Like my dad, when he worked on the farm he grew up on, each person had one spoon. And you would, you know, you would lick it clean and then you would put it away and you would get it back out when it's your time. And if you die, you hand over your spoon because the spoon is worth so much that someone else will need it. So we have the German phrase of handing over your spoon. And I always thought it was one of the most lyrical ways to say you die. Now you just gotta like mix that and like, do you want my spoon as a term for committing Sudoku? I'm not sure that works. I love the lyrical aspect of that, and I feel the same with ready to throw in the towel. Because it has such a visual representation. But see, why? Okay, now, hold on. I need to look up kicking the bucket. What's the origin of that? Let's see. Its origin remains unclear. Interesting. So, origin theories. Yeah, in 1785, they already defined that it means to die. But even then, they weren't perfectly sure. One Bolsover, having hung himself from a beam while standing on a pail or bucket. Ah, kick this vessel away. Yeah, I suppose that is an idea. That you stand on a bucket and you kick the bucket. The theory favored by the OED, the Oxford English Dictionary, relates to the alternative definition of a bucket as a beam or yoke that can be used to hang or carry things on. The bucket may refer to the beam on which slaughtered pigs are suspended. The animals may struggle on the bucket, hence the expression. Wow, so they because they were suspended while dying, they kick the bucket. The Catholic custom of holy water buckets. After death, when a body has been laid out, the holy water bucket was brought from the church and put at the feet of the corpse. When friends came to pray, they would sprinkle the body with holy water. It is easy to see how, kicking the bucket came about. American variations. I see. At one time, the American and Caribbean expression "kickaraboo" was used to what? Kickaraboo? What the heck is kickaraboo? However, it is now thought that it may have been derived from a native word. Oh, okay. The expression kickaraboo. To die. The Creole language. That would make a lot more sense. Yeah. Kikativu. Yeah, this is interesting. As someone that just doesn't speak native English, I'm always curious at a little bit of history, a little bit of where does this actually come from? Really good. Are you planning on staying here? Oh, wait, I answered. Oh, Chucky's back, Chucky's back. I know I sound like a baby, but wow. You okay? What was pitch in English again? I know the name rings a bell. Oh, the Creole language, right. And Aboriginal. Wait, what was... Pidgin English is a non-specific name used to refer to any of the many Pidgin languages derived from English. Pidgins that are spoken as first languages become Creoles. I see, I never knew that. I never knew that this is what a Creole actually is. It's just a Pidgin English that became its own language. So you have stuff like Aboriginal or Chinese Pidgin English. Butler English? Bearer English or Kitchen English is a dialect of English that first developed as an occupational dialect. Butler English. These all sound so interesting. Yeah, and it just this has to be really interesting. Just imagine you speak Korean and English. Listening to this jargon that was essentially a mix of both. As someone who always was really interested in languages, this is just a really interesting subject. But yeah, Franglish. Yeah, a typical shopping center in La Rochelle in western France shows many examples of the English language, such as Happy City Cash, Foot Locker, and Game. I'm mildly annoyed that there's no German in here, because we fuck up the English language in so many ways. Mechanica General. Yeah, this is one thing that always entertained me about America. The fact that we have these areas that are so focused on a different foreign language that you will just have foreign signs blastering a whole neighborhood. Like we have a Korean neighborhood, we have a Chinese neighborhood, and you drive through and yes, the streets are so full of Korean signs that if I would take a picture and you wouldn't see a car or a license plate, you wouldn't know this is in Denver. And I love it. I love the fact that we still have these separated little communities that keep their language and their traditions alive. It's, you know, if you've ever been in Chinatown, in any of them, it just, it moved to a theme park nearly. Chinatowns aren't Chinese towns. They are Chinese themed theme parks is what it feels like. But then you go here and you have these little small churches and little small shops and it feels like you can have more of an experience there than you can any other place. I love them. We were just recently at a little Asian store with gacha machines and everything. It's one of the things I love about living in a big city. The fact that I can just drive to a store that sells Yu-Gi-Oh cards, gachapon, and ceramic. And then I turn around and I find someone that sells mochi donuts. I love being in this city. There is something really appealing about it. But Checky is probably thinking we're ghosting her. I can't go on like this with Alex. It's too much. We just had a huge fight. But the fight wasn't the worst part. It was how little I even felt like having it. I know that feeling sucks. I feel like Checky might be our permanent buddy here. Now I'm in the bathroom off the with the lights off, crying and like humming to myself. I don't even know where he is. Are you okay? I don't know. How much do you pay? Also, how are you today, Kara? I didn't even ask. Well, yeah, it just depends on how much you pay me. I'm easygoing. If you pay more than my job, I will do your household. If you would tell me right now that I could earn a living just being nice to people and hugging them, I would be all over the place. Oh, I'm good. I'm very good. Thanks for asking. I just noticed that in 1 hour I'm actually joining Eternal's stream. So I should probably not go longer than maybe half an hour more, so I still have time for breakfast. Yeah, are you okay? Like a year back, I was looking at jobs and I came across a really interesting job offer. You know, that kind of job offer that you only see in a big city? It was for essentially a home caretaker for a rich family. It didn't say the name, it didn't say the location, but your job exclusively would be to make sure that the personnel there has everything they need in terms of items. So you handle shopping and you handle product selection. So for example, you go through reviews and then you select the right shampoo. And then you write a list of like the 4 approved shampoos and you make sure only those shampoos are ordered and are always available so the cleaning staff can refill and replace them. Like just a person handling the shopping for a household, not even butler. My understanding was you don't even visit their home. You sit in front of your PC, in front of spreadsheets, and you order goods they need from the approved list of goods. And that is your full-time job. To just be a shopping aid for a rich household. And not even necessarily for the rich household, but for the employees of the rich household. And I would love to do that. And I was sitting there thinking about, what if I don't like that family? You know, what if that's like a Jersey Shore style family? And I have to deal with those people. I mean, I'd be fine if it's like a rich former artist, 80 years old, you know, chill and relax, and he just doesn't want to take care of that shit anymore, and he has enough money to pay someone to take care of it. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Yeah, and then it's Trump's cousin or something. And that's what I quit my job for? No. But it sounds like such an appealing job to have. To just take care of someone for a living. What was it about service DOMs? I had written a song for Alex because I felt things were on the upswing, and I was performing it for the first time last night. He knew when the show was for weeks in advance. I didn't see him in the audience at all. Then I finally started finishing the set like an hour in. I was singing the song and I saw him arrive. I started bawling on stage straight waterworks. I felt so sad and so embarrassed. I need someone who will prioritize me sometimes. I deserve that at least, right? Yeah, you do. You need someone that actually honors and cuddles you. But you know, professional bottoms, you have more than enough. You need professional tops. Moxie, what should I do? Please tell him. Oh my god. You gotta fight for what matters to you. I agree. Is that Alex, though? Thank you for everything. I'll let you know what happens. Are those the same? Yes, they are. C'est la vie, whatever will be. Well, glad I have you checking. Murphy! Oh, the chicken! Installed tender. Yes, the chicken responded. My sign is Aries. Don't hate me. How's your day? Yeah, I need to vent to you about some friends. Oh, what's going on with them? All my friends are treating me badly. My friend Eric was recently sick. I had taken super good care of him. Hmm? I brought him soup and even dropped off an assignment to one of his history professors named Ellen, who I had last semester. Okay, I see. Someone's into oversharing? I was sick this week with a stuffy nose, coughing, etc. Oh, you know what has to be really bad? Having a stuffy nose if you're a bird. That just sounds even more uncomfortable than if you were a mammal. He didn't take care of me at all, so I complained to Ethan, our mutual friend, who I figured would sympathize. But he took Eric's side and said I was overreacting. Uncool. Ethan has always been closer to Eric. He felt I already owed Eric from before, cause Eric helped me move apartments, which was super ugly and took forever. Who needs them instead? I'll hang out with Sarah. We had a poli-sci class together, her major, and she's super sweet. We don't have a lot in common though. She does rock climbing and I play soccer mostly. Yeah, go for the new friend. Yeah, it's... You see, it's easier when you have a nose that can actually bend and move. The big problem about beaks is that they are very, very hard. So any kind of infection in there, I imagine, has a chance to just push the infection in directions you don't want an infection to go. And, you know, a mammal's nose bends and shapes and a bird doesn't. So I imagine that can be a really bad thing. Her and her girlfriend Tia recently broke up and she wants new friends. Well, might be you, because you clearly have no interest in me. How about we talk to someone else? Abby... I know, okay, thank you for letting me check in, and I want to make sure I'm in a good place when we finally go on our date. Did you move to Mexico, Earth? How do we get up with Mexico? Why Mexico? Abby never mentioned anything of Mexico. Like you wrote in your bio, I don't really care where I'm going as long as I'm going somewhere, so I may leave. I have a 20-date visa I want to finish. Chalice, I only have 10 dates. Ooh, no. No, ooh. Ugh, go away, Eternal. Ugh, no. Doesn't matter. Fish and mayo? No. I dislike both. Yeah, tuna is great. When it's swimming. Better use them wisely. How has living here been for you? Oh, I live in a spaceship with a roommate and we get along super well. No, I live alone in my spaceship. Must be pretty nice to have all that space for yourself. Yeah, but it can feel lonely. That's why I have Tender. You know what? This bed could definitely use another body. We're gonna go a little bit pushier now. That's okay. I had no interest in you to start with. I was unmatched. Whoosh. Love it. Now I'm just coming off this sickness and I'm behind on my work. It would be less annoying if Eric had helped out. Why do you think Ethan doesn't respect or care about me as much as Eric? Well, maybe he feels insecure. Maybe it's not weird though. Ethan and Eric met freshman year, but I didn't join until sophomore year, so they had a more time together. I hate joining a friend group late. But also in general, just don't like you. Now this cutie, Dayquil, Airborne, and O'Shea. Name a better trio. Airborne? Airborne. Oh, because you're a burb? Are you flying? Weed, alcohol, sex. No. Weed and sex. Yes. Alcohol and weed. Yes. Alcohol and sex? No. Alcohol and sex should not be combined. All the others are fine. But I'm a firm promoter that alcohol and sex rarely leads to good things. Now, weed and sex and weed and alcohol, those lead to really entertaining things. Yeah, weed and alcohol, you gotta keep a really good balance. It's difficult to keep the balance, but when you hit that balance, when you just, I do have two hands, I swear, here we go. When you just, like you drink a little, you smoke a little, you drink, and then you suddenly hit this equilibrium where both of them are at the perfect level. Haha, oh, that one hit. Rip. Oh, I'm melting. But yeah, once you hit that equilibrium of both, they are really good. Now let's go with chocolate, peanut butter, and banana. I don't want to be unmatched by the chicken right away. Not on screen one. Yeah, I'd love to meet up when you feel better. Rock and roll, baby. Before we go on a date, I want you to know I'm asexual. Wow. Let me change that for you. Oh, thanks for letting me know. I'm dating an asexual chicken. That's fine. Why couldn't I respond with me too? I suppose it's a bit bad for a dating app. Yeah, I'm gonna pass out, so talk to you later, my human. I think you need to indicate when you're free. That sounds so horrible. Sorry, I really want to go on a date. I'm super busy for the next few weeks. Hopefully I'll have an opening soon. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm asexual chickens are good chickens. Let's put that on the back burner. I'm not sure I want to come over to Jamila. Oh, yay! Does this mean you're single? Oh, how are you feeling? This conversation is much more important than anything else now. Because I want to hook up with Jackie. She's cute. Not as bad as I thought it would. I've been waiting to say this for a long time. Let's meet up. Finally. Yeah, I come around eventually. I feel connected to you and want to see what that means. Yes. Time to date Jackie. I meet Jackie in the afternoon outside of an ice cream shop. The Good Scoop. I adjust my spacesuit. I notice Jackie approach. I feel butterflies in my stomach. Moxie, hey, you're real. You're real too, and wow, at that. Little old me. Shall we get some ice cream? Why do you think I'm here? We head into the Good Scoop and get in line. Why do they always make the flavor text so small? She squints. I can read them if you want. I'll figure it out, but thank you. Why the heck is there garlic ice cream? Yeah, they've been having vampire problems. I feel like vampires would be lactose intolerant. Actually, I mean, they are. In pretty much every vampire story you ever see, if they eat food, they can't digest it, so... Oh my god, this is the toughest decision in the whole game so far. Vanilla. I'm going with vanilla. Do you want that in a sugar cone or on a waffle cone? The scooper has a black and white head. Waffle cone, please. I have a scoop of pistachio in a cup. We grab our cones and sit by the window. I take a bite. Give me a lick. I give her a lick. I lick her. I love when it has the little vanilla beans in it. We sit eating our ice cream. Oh my god, look at that baby. She points out. I would eat that baby. Get him out, Tomer. Its head is so big. That poor little nag. We continue looking at people passing by. Have any gigs coming up? Next week we're playing at a small underground venue. Oh, I'd love to come and listen. That would be cool. We finish our ice cream and head outside. You want to come to this comedy club show I like? Yeah, I'd love to. Yay, it's an improv show. They're always brilliant. Come on. Oh my god, I hope I don't meet the other ones. She grabs my arm. Probably about 10 to 15 minutes because I do need to get ready to, you know, set up Discord and stuff. Come on, she grabs my arm and takes me left. We start walking down the street. I glance at her. She's looking up at the sun. A person slides between us. She moves back next to me. Our hands brush. I gently hold her hand. Why do you throw a cooking pot? She interlocks her fingers with mine and smiles at me. Do you know the city pretty well by now? Yeah, I'm learning it slowly. We arrive at the bar where the show is and head inside. Can I get you a drink? Yeah, I'll grab us some seats. I head to the bar and order us 2 cocktails. I find Jackie and we sit down. Do you go to improv at all? No, I go sometimes. It's hit or miss. The show starts, our arms warmly touching. She adjusts her hands on her lap. I lay my hand on her right hand. She puts her other hand on top. The improvisers ask for a suggestion. I yell out, phlebotomy! Oh, that's just when someone takes blood. Corn. You killed stuff. I haven't even decided where I want to live. I found this giant Jesus statue and then claimed the land there and didn't do anything with it. And yes, we're talking about Vintage Story, which, by the way, you'll see us in 40 minutes. Yep. Though not here. It's gonna be on Eternal's channel. She leans her head towards me. I lean mine towards her. No? Yeah, I lean mine towards her. Let's be gentle. The performer's downing a corn dog. I love her. She points to a performer. I love extra hard at their jokes. The show ends with a lot of bows. Bows. I still don't know. Thanks for humoring me. Wait until you see what I drag you to. We exit the bar. Want to walk through a park a little? Sure, it's a little cold out. She steps closer. I could help. Can I hug you? I nod my head. She throws her arms around me. We wander into the dimly lit park. I miss just walking around. She puts her arm into my arm crook. I pull her closer. This is so sweet. I don't know what I'm doing. You're holding my arm in a park. She jostles me. You're not wrong. I was always such a good musician. I thought that would be enough. You're amazing. That's all that matters. Thanks. She nuzzles my neck. We arrive late evening to my spaceship. This is my humble palace. Not bad. I always pictured you sad and alone in your spaceship. It's spot on. She gives me a comforting pat. We go inside and Jackie takes her sweater off. I sit on the couch. I know, Kara, I know. This is so adorable. I haven't watered those enough. She looks over at me with a small smile. I smile at her. We don't need to talk about Alex. She looks at me, staring in my eyes. I look back into her eyes. She moves her face inches away from me. You smell like pistachio ice cream. No, I want to kiss you. I triple dog dare you. I lean in and kiss her. I stay close to her. Is this going how you expected? Way better. She bites her lip and smiles. I kiss her again. I want to see you again. I hope that's okay. I'm embarrassed by how much I want to see you too. We head to the little sleeping port of the spaceship. Do you want to stay over? I'd love to. We get ready for bed. Well, I turn out the light. Oh my god, that is so wholesome. That is so sweet. I love that. Yeah, you're even more beautiful in person. No, they hugged and they slept. I don't think anything happened that wouldn't be right. This is just a little cozy, lovey date. I know, just major cuddles. I had a great time too. It felt so natural and effortless, which is important to me. I want more of you. Let's go on a second date, and a third and a fourth. Yes. Oh, I see. So that is how we actually end the game. We accept a second date. I mean, I don't want to talk about Eric and Ethan and her problems. And she's now ghosting me. Yeah. No, I think let's do this. Yes, she is. I love her. Here, let's take another look. Let's take a look at this beam. Just look at her. Is this not the one you want to hook up with? Yeah, no, yes. Second date accepted. You've accepted a second date with Jackie. Swiping, chatting, and scheduling more dates have been disabled. Head to the swipe screen to leave the planet. Is that all? Okay, what happens now? Now I'm really curious. Hi there, thank you for visiting Comfortix. We hope you enjoyed your stay. All guests are asked to fill out a satisfaction survey. Thanks for your patience. Was Annie welcoming and helpful in answering your questions? Yeah, definitely. Annie was sweet. When you first arrived at Comfortix, you indicated you wanted love. Did you find this? Yes, definitely. What was your motivating factor? Oh. Loneliness. Yeah. That was my motivating factor for visiting Comfortix. Do you still believe there's someone out there for you? Yes. I've started dating Jackie. The problem was her ex. I go to all her band performances. The problem was her ex. I asked Jackie why she's sad. The problem was her ex. I get a dog for us to take care of. Maybe it started as an affair, but now it's love. No anxiety, no depression. This is a good ending. No, this was a good game.
Come, Dalton.
This was a really good game. It definitely made me feel very wholesome. Very, very cozy. Very... Just, yeah, a good game. I loved it. And I can definitely see myself going back because there are so many more good beans. Oh my god. It's like... We've seen so few things of it. I want to see more. Absolutely. But I think it is time to wrap up because I'll say it again. That in about 30 minutes you will see more of me if you want to see more of me over here.
Oh, did I leave it on the pot?
Oh my god, RDR2.
Cider kebab, nice curry.
The one where you ate...
Talking about eating cider, right?
Yeah, the one where you ate
It's
dogs. No, it was a really good stream. I really enjoyed it. Thank you all for coming here. That was oh, it was such a good game. I have a tear in my eye. But yeah, I think it is time to move on. Time to spend a little bit of time somewhere while I get a quick breakfast and then quickly head on over to join the very dear Eternal. And yep, I think I already know who we're actually raiding. Because I like raiding people I haven't raided before. I like, you know, showing you new beans. And there is a very, very good bean that I've seen on a lot of Resis streams. And I think even on Seek, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, we're gonna raid Kitty Wolf. Very, very good bean. Currently playing Pokemon. So, I think that's a good target. No, thank you all. Thank you for being here and thank you for enjoying this game with me. yeah, I still feel really emotional. It was such a sweet game. Such a good game. I enjoyed it. But yeah, let's raid out. Let's make sure I can still get a breakfast. And in half an hour, I will be back on Eternal Stream. And if you want to join us, if you want to play Vintage Story with us, then please hop onto the Discord and say hi. We'll give you more info there. We have our own Fluff and Stuff Vintage server. So yeah, if you own the game and if you want to play, say hi. But for now, that's it for me. As the glitch says, if you get left behind, because Twitch does that. Every now and then it happens to me that someone raids out and I just stand there unmoving. So in that case, you might want to hop on manually. But yeah, let's send Kitty Wolf a little bit of love. And I will be back on Monday with more Somnius. Let's see if we can still figure the murder out before I go on vacation. Probably not. And Beat Saber. Monday is gonna be the Beat Saber challenge. Oh, that will be fun. But yeah, until then, thank you all, you beans. I hope you have the most amazing weekend. And yeah, the other hand doesn't work again. I don't know what it is with my hand sensor. I really don't. But I'll just wave with one hand. I love you all and have a wonderful weekend. See you soon.